Good evening. We don't often get this kind of crowd, but I'm very glad you all are here. Welcome to the Town of Avon Advisory Plan Commission meeting. If you're interested in having a copy of the agenda, they are available on the tables to the right of the audience. We will be conducting business as outlined on the agenda. From time to time, the board may deviate from the agenda. As president of this body, I will inform those in attendance of any deviations. This meeting is being recorded for the public record. Because of this, we request that personal conversations be kept to a minimum and that all cell phones are turned off or turned to vibrate. All phone calls should be taken outside of the chambers. If you are interested in commenting during the public hearing portion of the commission's deliberations, please sign up on the sheets located on the tables to the right of the audience. When your name is called, please step forward to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Please address your comments to the board and not to the staff or to the petitioner, and your comments should relate directly to the case being heard. During the conduct of the public hearing portion of the commission's deliberations, the petitioner will have 10 minutes to present their case to the commission. Remonstrators will have a total of 10 minutes to present objections to the petition. Persons in support of the petition, other than the petitioner, will have 10 minutes total to present support for the petition. And then finally, the petitioner will close the public hearing portion of the presentation with a 5-minute rebuttal period. And Mr. Gluckenberg will be our timekeeper for that tonight, considering how much interest we have on our agenda. Once the public hearing is closed, no additional testimony will be heard unless it is solicited by members of the commission during the question and answer phase of the commission's deliberations. Subdivision plat and development plan petitions are ministerial requests, meaning that if the proposal meets the requirements set forth in the town's development ordinances, the Plan Commission must approve the request. In the interest of transparency, state law requires that the Plan Commission hold a public hearing, even if the development proposal must be approved. Responses to public comments and questions may be given once the public hearing portion is closed. We understand there may be several persons who wish to speak tonight. In order to keep the meeting running in a timely fashion, we would ask that you not repeat previous comments. And I would also like to encourage all of you to understand that personal conversations should be taken outside and not be had during the room, since this is being recorded. Thank you for your assistance in facilitating a respectful, fair, and timely meeting. Welcome to our meeting. Please stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's do a roll call.
Ransberg.
Here.
Guggenberger.
Here.
Reed.
Here.
Spencer. Spencer is absent. Zusen.
Present.
Kaufman.
Here.
Rockebrand.
Here.
We have a quorum. Moving on to the approval of the meeting minutes from September 23rd. Have all the members had an opportunity to review those minutes? Do we have any changes, edits, questions for any of it?
Make a motion to approve as submitted. I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. This is the time at which The opportunity to make public comment about anything that is not on tonight's agenda is being presented to you. If you have something you'd like to say about tonight's agenda, please wait for that item to come up. But if there's anything you would like to speak to that's not on tonight's agenda, this is the opportunity to do so. Is there anyone who would like to speak to something that is not on tonight's agenda? Please step forward. State your name, please.
Steve Eisenbarth, 7599 Foxtail Circle in the beautiful town of Avon. I just want to say a sincere thank you to every Plan Commission member for serving, because I've been up there, several of you people, for a number of years. Best I can tell, it was 9 years. And I can tell the audience this too, as the first person speaking, that they take diligent notes and they are writing down things and they're making comments and trying to really give a weight to everything. So I want to be brief, but I just want to say I sincerely appreciate every single one of you for your service. And I hope you will renew and keep going again too. A little plug there for keep coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on something that is not on the agenda tonight? Here's a familiar face. Come forward, please.
Danny Brock, Fire Chief, Washington Township, Avon Fire Department. Mind if I come over and get that? So what I want to do is just give a brief education to our process that leads us before you and will lead us before you in the future. The process is just understanding how we arrive at our decisions. And I have a number of slides. I'm going to talk quickly and briefly because it's mostly meant to be an overview of us, how we do business, from where we've been and where we're headed, and how a lot of what goes on in here affects us and how we try to react to it or be proactive in light of it.
So this is an unusual. I don't know that we've had this,
Right.
but we would ask if you would agree to the 2-minute limit that we have for.
Could I have 3 and I'll be done?
Any objection to 3? Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So our planning method is we look at the current community needs, we look at future growth and infrastructure plans, and then we look at present run data mapping, standards that govern us, neighboring department plans and effects, coverage effectiveness, past, present, and proposed, construction needs, feasibility, a cost benefit analysis. Then we either stop and pursue plans or restart the process annually. And we're always being self-reflective. With that said, we take data such as what you see up there where I've outlined or blurred out our addresses. It looks at all 8,200 runs we did in the previous year to decide where we move in the future, along with all of the proposed growth and different infrastructure plans that are in place. With that said, this is what a heat map with the light blue outline looks like for Washington Township and runs, and where those runs are concentrated, with red being high frequency, yellow being a little lower, and green being low frequency. That includes going to Danville, Brownsburg, Plainfield, and Wayne Township. We have constituents both from Brownsburg and Danville present, just to show we do have unity and we do work together, and we try to support each other as we look toward our future. When looking at the future, NFPA 1710 says we will have a certain amount of staffing, we will be a certain amount of minutes away from our residents, and we will be able to respond in a certain amount of time. And that's what's presented on the following maps. As we move forward, we look at Brownsburg and Pittsboro. They're in the purple. Our township is a very light blue line at the bottom, you'll see, and that's how close they come to our border. The bottom dot, which, does this pointer work on this? The bottom dot that you see right here is a proposed station of Brownsburg, not a current. So it's that station right there. As we move south, we look at Plainfield, and they come into our southeast corner, but they are covering their area with very little impact on us. As we look west, you see Danville, and there's small infiltration to our west border. Taking all that into consideration, we look at Wayne Township, and they barely come in to our west border or east border right here, but they adequately cover their area as a whole. When we look at how that impacts us, we decide where we put stations and why. We started with 3 stations just a few years ago and then found a deficit right up here in the north. In reaction to that, the past administration put a station that pops up there in the red to cover that area with severe overlap. Today, as we come in, you'll hear some rhetoric and talk about a new station coming in down in the south with Station 5. And that's why that property was chosen, because it looks at the underserved population down here, south of 36, that we're not paying attention to or meeting standards on. Once that station's made, I hope to be before you again with Station 4, or relocation of Station 2. And that's what we want to show you that us, along with our neighbors, can adequately cover Washington Township. And then we'll start looking at the growth in the northwest. That's all I had.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak to anything that is not already on tonight's agenda? That being said, the public comment portion is closed. Have there been any requests for continuances or agenda modifications?
There have not.
So we have a full agenda tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we should have called a food truck. Maybe that would have been good. Okay, moving on to old business, DPR 24-12, Washington Township Fire Department.
Thank you, President Ransberg, members of the commission. This is a development plan review for Washington Township Fire Department Station number 145. Property is located at 7040 Governor's Row. That's the northeast corner of Avon Avenue and Governor's Row. It is zone C2. It is just a little under 2-acre parcel, which is unimproved. As you may recall, this petition was first continued from your August hearing to allow for a revised legal notice that described the requested waivers. And then after hearing testimony in September, you continued this to October to allow the petitioner time to negotiate with the remonstrators and to submit additional information to the town. There was another waiver added, and so there was a new legal notice that was sent out as well to describe that additional waiver. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. It was originally filed as a development plan review for a fire station building and related improvements, along with 3 waivers. Those waivers were discussed last month. A waiver for the reduction of the north buffer yard requirement, a waiver for elimination of foundation plantings along the south of the building, and a waiver for a full driveway access onto Avon Avenue with deficient separation from an existing full access point. Just going to kind of run through the background information here again. That's the site there, again at the northeast corner of Avon Avenue here in Governor's Row. There's residential zoning and residential property to the north and west. There's a vacant C2 zoned lot to the south, and there's a C2 zoned daycare to the east. Just going to run through the photos again to refresh your memory. This is looking east across Avon Avenue to the subject parcel. This is facing south from the parcel towards Governor's Row and the vacant parcel to the south. That's looking south along Avon Avenue from in front of the site. That's looking northeast from Governor's Row towards the existing daycare property. This is looking north along Avon Avenue from near the northwest corner of the site. This is the driveway for the abutting property for whom the owners were here last month to talk about their concerns. And this is the existing tree line that we had discussed. That's another view just looking north from the corner of Avon Avenue and Governor's Row. Again, there's the existing tree line to the north. And then that's looking east across Avon Avenue at the existing tree line along the north line of the property. There was considerable discussion at your previous hearing regarding waiver A and the potential impact of the reduced buffer yard setback upon the existing mature tree line. Staff and remonstrators both spoke to those concerns. Since September, the petitioner has filed for an additional waiver that's highlighted at the bottom of this screen. We're calling that waiver D, and that waiver is to provide for 18-foot long off-street parking spaces where the UDO requires a 20-foot long parking space. So since there are 2 rows of parking spaces, reducing those parking spaces on each side from 20 feet to 18 feet creates an additional 4 feet of space that allows the footprint of the building as proposed to be shifted 4 feet to the south. So as you can see from the highlighting on waiver A, which was a request for a 15-foot setback from the north property line, has been amended to be now just to be a 19-foot setback, so a lesser encroachment into the required buffer yard. Petitioner also submitted a tree survey and preservation plan that's signed and stamped by a registered arborist. They've indicated there's agreement between the petitioner and the remonstrators, or the property owners to the north, that they've agreed on removal of 3 of the existing large trees that would be closest to the proposed building, along with pruning of some others to make sure they're clear of the building and the driveway. They also, in that tree preservation plan, revised the exhibits showing the critical root zone. You may recall when this was discussed in September, the critical root zone was the area around a tree that was ideally not to be disturbed, and it was shown as 1 foot of radius for every 1 inch of the diameter of the tree. The revised preservation plan shows that as a 1/2 foot per inch, so it's 50% less. And that's the tree preservation plan that you had included in your packets. So upon receipt of this plan, staff questioned why the critical root zone had been reduced and why the tree preservation plan continued to indicate that no risk assessment had been done. The petitioner provided explanations via the arborist that the critical root zone was reduced because apparently the Arborist Society allows for that to be done when you're only encroaching on one side of the trees rather than developing all around the circumference of the tree. So that is the reason why the critical root zone was reduced to a 1/2 foot per inch of tree diameter rather than 1 foot per inch of tree diameter. So at that point, as we indicated in our staff report, with what we had on hand, we weren't comfortable recommending approval of waiver A, but we did indicate that if the signed and stamped arborist report would incorporate those comments explaining why the critical root zone was reduced, and indicating why a risk assessment wasn't performed. And we had received an answer that a risk assessment wasn't necessary because, in the arborist's opinion, because the impacts of the development would not impact the stability of the trees. So we asked for that information to be incorporated, if that could be incorporated into the arborist report. And they did submit a revised arborist report last week. And that's the updated copy that's in front of you. And there's a highlighted area on page 3, which is all the additional language which was added after the submission of the report that was in your packets. But the most important parts there from staff's view are the explanation on the critical root zone and the fact that a risk assessment wasn't necessary because the impact to the trees is projected to be minimal by the arborist. Just going to run through a few exhibits. This is the site plan that you saw in September. And this is the revised site plan. Actually, so this is the same plan, just zoomed in a little bit. And just to highlight the changes, so you can see down here where the 2 rows of parking are, this is where the 20-foot spaces are now proposed to be 18 feet with waiver D. And so the 2 feet plus the 2 feet there was added to this north setback to bring it to 19 feet. I think it's actually 19.6. So that increases the setback of both the building and the driveway pavement, both to the front and the rear from that tree line. There also was minor reduction in the amount of driveway pavement here. So this driveway was narrowed a little bit. I think we did make a comment in the staff report that I'm not going to go into too much detail on about the radius of this this corner here, which is much wider, as you can see, than the one to the north. Essentially, that would be judged by our Public Works Department at the time of a driveway permit as to whether that wide of a corner is needed and appropriate. So our recommendation is not conditioned on that changing, but if there are any questions about that, I know the petitioner is prepared to speak to that, and staff would be able to speak to that as well. So for the reasons that the north setback has been increased and that the arborist report indicates that the risk to the tree should be minimal, and also there are recommendations in the arborist report as to how to best protect the trees. That's I believe the next section after the highlighted section. So with the inclusion in that report of all those recommendations, we feel that waiver A can be supported. We do want those recommendations in the preservation plan to be committed to. So that's in our recommendation, which I'll get to in a minute, as far as being a condition for approval.
So you, contrary to what's in the report, you are now recommending the approval for waiver A?
Yes, based on the changes that
New information.
we asked for in the report.
Okay.
Yes. And so there's the previous landscape plan that you saw. Here's the updated landscape plan. And it's my understanding that this meets with the approval of the Ralstons, the property owners to the north. They did submit an email indicating that they did not anticipate objecting to the waivers. I'm not sure if they're going to speak tonight or not. But that's, I don't know what happened there. You got that? That's it. Just to kind of go through a few more of the exhibits. This is the exhibit we had before. At one point, it was recommended that all the trees be removed, all those trees that are noted in red, and just the green ones were the only ones that were recommended to be retained. This is what we're looking at now. All the green trees would be retained. The ones that were marked in yellow are indicated for selective pruning. And then there were 3 that were marked in red that would be removed. And it's our understanding that the Ralstons are in agreement that those 3 marked in red are appropriate to be removed.
Technical difficulties, stand by.
Yeah. These are the elevations for the building. I'm going to go through a lot of these things kind of quickly, unless there are any questions. These are our original comments on waiver A. So as you can see, it was a 15-foot setback. Now it's been amended to 19. Because the tree survey and preservation plan submitted by the arborist indicates the development will not impact the stability of trees, and that the trees to be retained should respond positively to these treatments that are outlined in the report and not die during or recently following construction completion. Staff is now satisfied that a reduction of the north buffer yard setback should not have a substantial impact on that existing mature tree line. And given the additional 4 feet of setback, along with the arborist's opinion and the recommendations for protection of the preserved trees, and we believe, with no objection from the neighbors to the north, it's now our opinion that the findings for waiver A would be met. Again, waiver B was a request to eliminate foundation plantings on the south side of the building. Because there would be a row of landscaping between the parking lot and Governor's Row, we do think that obscures visually and offsets the requested lack of foundation plantings on the south side of the building. And with the limited amount of space on the site, we'd rather see that 5 feet used to maximize the north buffer yard setback. So we are supporting waiver B because we don't think it would create conditions detrimental to public safety, health, and welfare, and would meet the other findings. And I'm happy to discuss more of those if there are questions. Waiver C, we are still supporting waiver C for a deficient separation between a proposed full access driveway onto Avon Avenue, which is a little over 100 feet from Governor's Row, where 400 feet would be required. Again, as mentioned last month, this would not be a regular driveway or a street intersection. It would be one-way exit only for emergency vehicles. The Department of Public Works is supportive of it and will require flashing beacons along Avon Avenue, and that will be a condition of getting their driveway permit. Again, it won't be used by the general public, so the traffic will be very light, and it'll be for emergency response purposes. And so for those reasons, we think the findings are met on that waiver. And then finally, on the new waiver D, to allow for 18-foot parking spaces where 20 feet are required. We are supportive of this request for 2 reasons. One is that there will be very low turnover for these parking spaces. They'll probably more than 90% of the time be occupied by fire department employees who will be aware that the spaces are a little shorter and that they need to be a little more careful with maneuvering. I think they work 24-hour shifts, so there won't be people coming in and out very often, and they'll be very rarely used by the public. So we do believe there, again, won't be any detrimental impact to the public. And we think that overall the other findings are met, given the fact that it would be more beneficial to use that 4 feet to maximize the north building setback from the Ralston's property and to minimize the waiver A request. The other elements of the development plan review, as mentioned last month, we do believe that the architecture meets the standards in the UDO, that off-street parking, it would certainly meet the number of spaces required. Now, obviously, there's a waiver for length, which you'll have to consider. Stormwater drainage plans have been approved by the town's consultant. The comp plan of fire station is generally consistent with commercial retail development. And we do believe that all of the other elements of the UDO would be met, except for the 4 requested waivers. So staff is now supportive of waivers A through D, and if the commission were to grant those waivers, we would also recommend approval of the development plan review, subject to the conditions that are listed here. The bottom 3, I won't go into unless there are any questions. Those are standard on a development plan review. The first one is that they would document an area of non-disturbance matching the northern limits of grading line on their tree exhibit that they submitted to us a little over a week ago, and that they would follow all the recommendations in the tree survey and preservation plan, and that those would be adhered to at all times before and during construction in order to protect the existing trees along the north property line. And then the second condition is that they, as required by UDO 6.3D, they would submit a tree replacement plan, and that be approved prior to issuance of a building permit. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions the commission may have.
Before we move on to questions for staff, I'd like to do a little civics lesson here for everyone here. We have before us a development plan approval and request. There have been 4 waivers that have been requested to what would normally be required by the ordinances. And Mr. Taylor, Town Council, if you can just assist me here, we have to approve the waivers first, correct? Before we can go on to approval of the whole request for the development plan, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
You have discretion on the waivers, and you do not have discretion on the overall plan. If there were no waivers in the plan were compliant, you would have to approve it.
But because there are waivers, we do have discretion both as to the waivers and to the plan itself?
Well, you have discretion as to the waivers. So you decide, that's why you decide them first. If you, and once you dispose of that issue, then you go back to a ministerial approach because the waivers are treated separate.
So if the waivers are all approved, then we would be into our ministerial role
That's correct.
of assuming that it meets all the ordinances, we have to approve this plan.
That's correct.
Okay. Welcome to Schoolhouse Rock. Questions for staff?
So I have a couple questions here. One on just on the procedure, if trees die anytime on the property, is there a procedure that requires replacement of those trees and or during construction?
So if required landscape plantings die in the future, then they are required to be replaced. If there are trees that are just existing preserved trees that happen to die in the future, that are, as they would be in this case, above and beyond what would be required to be planted in the buffer yard, then the ordinance would not require those to be replaced.
Okay, thank you. And then in reading the staff report from the previous meeting and again for this meeting, it looks like there had been discussions about alternatives with parking. And that staff had proposed an alternative to move the parking from the south to the east and the west, which would then allow for the buffer, the building to be moved and there'd be no need for a waiver. Has there been any more discussion on that in the ongoing discussion of this case before tonight?
That was discussed in a meeting that I sat in with the petitioner and remonstrators. At that point, I believe that was on October 7th. And at that point, I certainly indicated that the easiest path forward, the preferred path, would be able to redesign the site to meet the 30-foot north buffer yard requirement. But petitioners indicated, concerns they had relative to putting parking spaces to the east. I think I've got, if this is helpful, like these exhibits that I showed you last month. They had objection to putting parking spaces, and of course they can speak to that, tell you more from their end. But I know they had objections to putting parking spaces here based on this being an access easement that runs in favor of the property owner to the east, and apparently not having been able to get in contact with that property owner and come to any agreements on long-term, I guess, maintenance of that easement. So I guess they had some concerns relative to that.
So would those parking spaces, if it was there, be similar to parking on a public street, where you pull into a parking space and have to back out of that parking space into the public street?
Well, we don't,
And how I look at that is, because I think some of it was your traffic into and out of the public street. Or
I'm
the
sorry, I
easement.
don't understand the question exactly.
That design there to me looks like what I would see in going down a street in a town where you have parking on the street. You pull on the parking space, you back out of the parking space, you're backing into the public street. Like in
Yes.
Danville or Plainfield or Brownsburg.
Yeah,
downtown.
it's not staff's position that it's completely impossible that they could redesign the site and change the parking alignment. But our recommendation for approval is based on the fact that they have increased the setback from the north property line. They have an apparent, I don't know if I want to say endorsement, but a lack of objection certainly from the neighbors to the north that would be most impacted by any negative impacts caused by where they're locating the building.
Right. And I'm not asking to go there on that. I'm just asking
Okay.
about the parking and the proposed different designs on allowing for the 30-foot setback. Because I know staff supports the 19-foot setback, which is contingent on waiver D being approved.
Yeah, and
15-foot if we don't approve waiver D, right? So at 4 feet
right,
is.
if you don't approve waiver D, then they would have to revise their plan back to a 15-foot setback rather than a 19-foot setback. I mean, I think it's probably a better question addressed to the petitioner as to, why they don't want to do parking along that north-south access easement. I do know that they would say, as they told me in the meeting on October 7th, that they continue to have an issue with the amount of impervious surface on the site. So if they do this alternate parking arrangement similar to this, where they're adding spaces here and they're adding spaces here, it's not as efficient as having 2 rows off of 1 aisle, because you're adding, pavement here and pavement here, but you're not losing any of this aisle. So this is why when we talked about this in September, we highlighted these little crosshatched areas looking for places for them to remove additional pavement. And they did indicate when I met with them that that wasn't feasible because they needed opportunities to, not only just pull a truck in here, but possibly back it out at times or park maybe another vehicle behind the garage or in front of the garage. So they didn't find that practical. So
So
that's what I know about why
what would
they
be
didn't
the,
pursue that.
yeah,
further.
why is there an issue with adding additional impervious payment?
Oh, because it would take them over what they can hard surface on the property right now without having to do additional drainage improvements. So
So
the
if
drainage
they-
improvements as they're designed, and I'm not an expert on that. If there's specific questions, Mr. Ilko could probably address those. But based on the drainage improvements that are proposed and maybe already in place, I'm not sure where all the water ends up going after it leaves this site. There's a certain maximum amount of the site that they can hard surface. So if they added more hard surfacing to move the parking and didn't remove any other hard surfacing, then they might have to redesign their drainage and do a more expensive or more complicated drainage system.
Okay,
is my
so it's
understanding.
possible, it's just that it requires more work. And I'll look to Mr. Ilko to help us here that if it's possible to do that, if there's more impervious surface added to this, where that they could do a drainage system that would meet the requirements.
Good evening. Yeah, certainly what we reviewed and our consultant review is complete on this site based on the impervious area that they had. They've met ordinance with the calculations presented. To Mr. Lambie's point, if additional impervious is proposed, then a curve number goes up, release rates change, and they would have to modify their detention. There's means and methods to do it, for sure. Just going back to the drawing board, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, we'd like the petitioner to come forward. Reminder that you will have 10 minutes to present your case.
All right. Good evening. Chad James, 135 North Pennsylvania Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm with HWC Civil Engineering firm for this development with the Washington Township Fire Department. So last month we came to the Plan Commission, and the biggest kind of takeaway was that we needed to kind of come up with an agreement with the neighbors to the north about the trees. And as indicated on the staff report, page 4, the Ralstons have provided an email of support of this site layout that you see before you with the 19 feet. So a little bit about how we got there. October 2nd, we met at the Washington Township Fire Department headquarters. We kind of reiterated the issues that we were having with the building, kind of moving it to the south to get it out of the buffer entirely. The issue that we were coming into was that it was going to add impervious cover in order to meet the fire department's ladder truck maneuverability, and it was going to add impervious cover, which was going to require underground detention, which is a significant cost in order to make that work. We then kind of reiterated that, hey, we've got this proposal to reduce the parking spaces from 20 feet to 18 feet, which is pretty common around jurisdictions here around Avon. Would give us another 4 feet, and then we've already got the waiver B that got us the 5 feet, so we're 9 feet further south to these trees to kind of keep them alive. So all parties agreed that this was a good option, and that we were going to meet on site. So October 7th, we met on site. The fire department actually staked the building corners, and the arborist met us on site, and we walked through each tree one by one on the tree survey. Talked through what he was seeing with the conditions, why he indicated them the way that he did. There are multiple catalpas with decay, cracked branches, previous branch failures, and dieback. Multiple hackberries with cankers, decay, poor branch structure, and dieback. Multiple black cherries with dieback, poor branch structure, and decay. And kind of just showed us what he was seeing to kind of provide those conditions. He had a GPS unit that had kind of our proposed layout. So you could see in real time where the proposed development was, where the limits of the construction were going to be, and the Ralstons, the fire department, myself, the architect could kind of see the distances. He could kind of say, hey, whether there was concern or not concern. And all this is summarized in his tree preservation plan that was provided to you guys. With the distances, there were 3 trees that he recommended removal. 2 were due to condition. 1 was due to the limits of construction. During this meeting, that was kind of when we discovered that we were doing the wrong analysis with the 1-inch diameter to 1 foot critical root zone. Per the International Arborist Society Best Management Practices book, I call it the 6X requirement, but basically you do 6 times the diameter divided by 12. And this is kind of the method that is used when there's only construction on one side of the tree. Had the Ralstons been redoing their driveway while we were doing development and we wanted to save the trees, that is when we would use the critical root zone because there's construction on multiple sides of the trees. So while we were there with the GPS unit, we kind of talked about the critical root zones. We talked about the branches. He had no concerns with trimming them back as needed to provide a safe distance from the building, and would not have an effect on the tree's health. And as indicated on the plan, we agreed that 3 trees should be removed, 2 due to condition 407, 410, one due to construction limits, 409, and 3 trees would be pruned, 401, 403, and 405. Paul, do you have the tree exhibit with the color by chance? The latest one?
This one?
The one I provided that had kind of the construction limits on it. There we go. So this kind of showed the grading limits, that blue line, and the critical root zones based on the 6X rule that the arborist provided. So as you can see, 401 has minimal amounts. There's already a ditch in that area that was providing drainage prior to that driveway being there. We don't believe there's any concerns for 401. 403 and 405, the limits are not in the 6X critical root zone. 415 is a little deceiving. So it's actually 3 trees in one, has 3 tree trunks. The tree trunks diameters are 18, 12, and 18. When you kind of look at them individually, the 18-inch diameters would have a critical root zone of 9 feet, which actually puts you 7 feet north of that blue line. So there are no concerns with 415, even though it shows it as it shows it in this exhibit due to kind of a technicality from the way I understand. So all of this is shown in the signed and sealed landscape architect plan. We have the arborist here if you guys have any specific questions that I'm not able to answer. And the fire department is here to answer any questions you guys might have as well.
So all the comments you just made, is that in the revised arborist report now?
Yes. Yep.
Throughout this whole presentation, are those trees on the fire department's property or are the trees on the neighbors to the north's property?
They straddle. I mean, you can kind of see wherever that little dot is located. So 401 is barely on the Ralston's property. 406, 408 appear to be on our property, but again, straddling the property line. So it's kind of hard to tell, which is why we wanted to make sure the Ralstons were on board. This plan, I guess, just to get a little bit more information. So those proposed darker trees, there's a lot of them that are kind of the same symbol. Those are going to be Arborvita's green giants to provide that landscape buffer for the Ralstons to the north, to give them that screening that they were wanting as well. So just FYI.
Approximately how many trees do you anticipate removing? It looks, sorry, it sounds like there's going to be some healthy grooming of that tree line in terms of removing trees that are not healthy and might be causing problems for healthier trees. Approximately how thinned out is that tree line going to be?
So we are only proposing to remove 3 trees.
Okay.
We are pruning the roots of 401, 403, and 405. I believe those are the numbers, the yellow ones, to allow for improved health during construction. But as far as thinning out or taking out, we are not doing that.
Any further questions for the petitioner? Okay, you can have a seat. We are now moving into the public response portion of this. There'll be 10 minutes for anyone who is opposed to this to this plan, 10 minutes for those who support it, and then 5 minutes in rebuttal. So we're going to be very methodical here. Is there anybody here who would like to speak against the against this agenda item, against this proposed development plan? Okay, moving on. Do we have anyone here who would like to speak in support of this development plan? Do we have any signed up?
We do, but they all appear to be from the fire station.
That's fine. Yes, ma'am. Speak your name and your address, please. And you will have 2 minutes. Remember, there's 10 minutes total, so we want to allow for people to, you have 2
Okay,
minutes
well, I'm going to
maximum.
read really fast then. I hope
That's fine.
that's okay. My name is Lisa McGlone, and I live at 1168 Turfway Drive. I'm the board president of Lexington Woods Subdivision, and I am speaking on behalf of 161 homeowners who support this location for Firehouse 145. I enthusiastically signed a petition this summer for the following reasons. We have many new warehouses very close to us. Right down the street, we have more large subdivisions under construction built with the same materials that we have in our neighborhood. The high school is expanding and road construction seems to always surround us and the end is not near. So of course we need a fire station closer to us. Last year I saw a fire in my neighborhood that started as smoke in the garage, and in a flash the entire second story was covered in flames. Thankfully no one was there on the second floor at that time. But what if children were sleeping upstairs? Every minute counts. In January of 2021, am I too close to this?
You're fine.
Okay. In January of 2021, my husband suddenly dropped while walking up the stairs. He had no prior heart problems. His heart just stopped. For 6 minutes, I performed CPR while waiting for EMTs to arrive, and it was the longest 6 minutes of my life. The teams flew in the door, surrounded him in a circle. Each one had a job to do: compression, shots, IV, defibrillator, more gadgets. They methodically went 4 rounds on him, moving so fast, it was amazing. They took him out just as fast as they brought him in, or as they came in. In this situation and many others like it, 1 minute makes a difference. The doctors at Methodist were surprised to see him survive, and everyone in every department that cared for him had the highest praise for the Avon Fire Department and for me. The survival rate for cardiac arrest is very low. Without brain damage, it's even lower. Every minute counts. Most of us in this room do not have expertise in the field of emergency response services. If the fire department has developed this plan in the most effective and efficient way in order to save lives, I trust their judgment. I watched the September meeting on this issue, and I've read and understand the material and waivers that are needed. I also know that waivers are sometimes granted for warehouses, businesses, and subdivisions, and it makes me sad that the highly skilled and educated members of our fire department may not get to us in time because of a few trees, 11 feet, and a drive for their trucks to roll out. These are our heroes. They think fast, move fast, and we would like them to also be able to deploy fast also. Members of the Lexington Woods community would like Fire Station 145 in that location and built exactly the way that the experts in saving lives think it should be built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who has signed up to speak? Is there anybody else who would like to speak in support of this project? Okay. Would the petitioner like to speak in remonstration of the support of this project?
I'm sorry.
Would the petitioner like to rebut the support for this project? No, okay. I didn't think so, but I had to ask. Okay. Public comment for this section for this agenda item is closed. And now I move on to discussion. I just want to say I very much appreciate the efforts that the fire department has put into responding to our concerns from the last meeting. You know, I know we had some very specific things that we said, this is what we'd like to see from you, and you came back with those responses. And I am very appreciative of that. And I think I speak for the whole commission when I say that thank you for doing that. Comment?
I echo that. I know, you know, when you want waivers, there's give and take and there's compromising. And when we left the meeting last time, we wanted them to get with the neighbors and we wanted them to get with the arborist. And when I read this over the weekend and I saw that the arborist was not going to provide the information that we needed. And we were looking at not approving waiver A. I appreciate you for coming back with your revised report because that's what we wanted to see. I appreciate when staff, I think, had conversations with your architect and we created options. We created other opportunities, some alternatives, and you've come back and reduced the drive, length of your driveway to move it to the south. It's still a distance, but 19 feet is better than 15 feet. So I think at the end of the day, we worked well together, we listened to each other, and I think we've compromised and we've come to a point now that we can move ahead. That's all I have.
Any other discussion on the waivers or the petition?
I'd like to make one suggestion that we address waiver D first, since waiver A is dependent on waiver D.
I think that's a good idea. So let's look at waiver D, which is to provide the 18-foot long perpendicular parking spaces when 20-foot length is required. I think that's a very elegant way to accommodate waiver A, especially since this isn't a Target or a restaurant where you've got people coming in who may not be familiar with the parking. These are the people who will be parking there on a regular basis, familiar with the space and know how to maneuver in it.
Right, and I agree, and I think in staff's report too, it calls out that surrounding areas have 18-foot parking spaces, which might be something for us to talk about as far as our UDO requirements, and if 20-foot is really the appropriate length for parking spaces. I'll leave that for other business.
Any other discussion about waiver D? Should we, Dan, is there a preference for conversation and then voting, or one at a time, or?
Take them one at a time and ask for motion on D.
Okay. Would anyone like to propose a motion regarding waiver D?
I move that we approve the waiver request of Avon UDO 6.11 D1 to allow for 18-foot long perpendicular parking spaces when 20 feet is required, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Having heard the motion and a second, we will now vote.
Ransberg,
4,
Guggenberger,
4.
Reed,
4.
Susan,
4.
Kaufman,
4.
Rockenbrand.
4.
The motion for waiver D has passed. Moving on to waiver A. The reduction of the north,
Approve the waiver request of Avon UDO 6.8D to allow for a proposed 19-foot building setback from the north property line where a minimum 30-foot landscape buffer yard setback is required, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
do we have a second?
Second.
Having heard the motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Ransberg,
4,
Guggenberger,
4.
Reed,
4.
Susan,
4.
Kaufman,
4.
Rockenbrand.
4.
waiver B, the motion for waiver B has passed. Moving on to waiver A,
Waiver A.
sorry, waiver A has passed. Moving on to waiver B, elimination of the requirement to provide foundation plantings adjacent to the south side of the building when a 5-foot planting area is required. Discussion? If there's no discussion, we'll hear a motion.
I move that we approve the waiver request of Avon UDO 6.5 to allow for the elimination of the requirement for foundation plantings along the south side of the proposed building where a 5-foot landscape area is required, since it has satisfied all of the requirements for waivers under the state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Second.
Having heard the motion and a second, we'll take a vote.
Kaufman,
4.
Rockenbrand,
4.
Ransberg,
4,
Guggenberger,
4.
Reed,
4.
Susan.
4.
Waiver B, the motion for waiver B has passed. Moving on to waiver C, to provide for full driveway access to Avon Avenue located 108 feet from an adjacent intersection when a 400-foot separation is required. Do we have any discussion? If there's no discussion, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll move that we approve the waiver request of Avon UDO 7.8B to allow for full driveway access to Avon Avenue located approximately 108 feet from an adjacent full access intersection when a minimum of 400-foot separation is required, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
I second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Guckenberger.
4.
Reed.
4.
Zuzen.
4.
Kaufman.
4.
Rockabrand.
4.
Ransberg.
4. The motion for waiver C has passed. All 4 waivers have been granted. We now move on to the approval of the development plan review. And just as a reminder, this is ministerial. If we find that we agree with staff's findings, that this meets our ordinance requests, we must approve it. I suggest we have a small amount of discussion with regards to this approval.
I think because all the waivers have been approved and and I support staff's findings. They're thorough and did a good job, as Mr. Zun talked about, working with the petitioner. We appreciate the fire department working with the town on coming to a good solution that'll meet everybody's needs. And I agree with the comments that were made. It's important to have fire departments located where they can provide quick service to those of us that need it, because I've been one of those laying on the ground needing the support from the fire department.
I've also appreciated the service of our fire department as well in my home. And I appreciated Chief Brock's demonstration showing the overlay of where we had coverage and where we did not. That was very helpful. And I mean, I think we all trusted your judgment that we needed it there, but it was nice to see some foundation for that. Any further discussion? Then we'll entertain a motion on DPR 2412.
I move that we approve DPR 24-12 Washington Township Fire Department Station 145 as amended, a development plan review to allow for the development of a 16,000 square foot fire station building with parking and utilities, subject to the conditions proposed by staff in the October 28th, 2024 Plan Commission meeting presentation, since it has satisfied all the requirements for a development plan review under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Do we have a second? Having heard the motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Reed.
4.
Zuzen.
4.
Kaufman.
4.
Rockabrand.
4.
Ransberg.
4.
Guckenberger.
4.
And DPR 2412 for the brand new Washington Township Fire Department Station 145 has passed. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. We remind everybody to keep conversations outside. Thank you. We're now moving on to PUDA 24-02 Wind Farms PUD Amendment. And could we have somebody close the doors, please? Both doors, if we could get that one closed too. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson Ransberg. This is the Wind Farms PUD amendment. This is a text amendment to a PUD that's mostly developed, except for this almost 6-acre piece. It is located at the southeast corner of Dan Jones and Northfield Drive. It does have a County Road 200 North address, but it is not on County Road 200 North. Again, it's just under 6 acres. It's unimproved. Just want to go over the history a bit. The Wind Farms PUD, which stretches into Brownsville, was originally approved by the county in 2004, 520 acres. Avon's portion was annexed into Avon in 2005. The subject site was part of 63 acres that were proposed for regional commercial for the southeast corner of Dan Jones and Northfield. In 2017, Town Council approved an amendment to the PUD to convert 57 of those original 63 acres that were slated for commercial to residential, specifically for the development of the Parks at Wind Farms single-family subdivision, which was 91 lots. And in that rezoning, it indicated that the subject property, the 6 acres we're speaking of tonight, would be reserved for commercial development as originally intended in the PUD. This is the original PUD from 2004. The part we're talking about is the area outlined in red. You can see that the larger commercial area down around that makes an L shape around the red area was originally proposed to be a large commercial development. And that is where the residential has been developed. So the area kind of in black, surrounded by the black dots there has, with the exception of the red piece, has been converted to single-family residential. What you have before you today is a text amendment from that original 2004 PUD to allow for a mixed-use residential commercial development at this corner property, which is Area G of the original Wind Farms PUD. Aerial map of the subject site outlined here in white, and the Wind Farms subdivision I talked about, the Parks at Wind Farms, is this subdivision here that wraps around the development. This is the current list of permitted uses on this property. These would be permitted uses today, so someone could file a development plan review for any one of these uses to go on this property today. And if it met the standards of the PUD, it would have to be approved. So this concludes strip centers, fast food restaurants, regular restaurants, offices, gas stations, convenience stores. So all of that is currently permitted on this site today. There are also in the original PUD list several, 8 of them that are permitted by special exception. And this originally came to my office because this development wanted to go in and they thought that letter G there, mixed uses, would permit them under the PUD. And so we looked at it for a long time and tried to determine what mixed use meant in this PUD. It's not based on our ordinance, but based on what was written in the original PUD. So that term here has been defined in the PUD, and this is right out of the PUD, that it's a single building containing more than one type of land use or a single development of more than one building and use, or different types of land uses are basically developed whole as to function as an integrated center, shared vehicular and pedestrian access parking areas. So based on this definition, you could make the determination that what they're proposing here today is already permitted. That definition doesn't single out which uses are allowed. It just says mixed use. Staff was not comfortable making that determination because Area G, which has those lists of permitted uses and then list of special exception permitted uses, does not list multifamily anywhere. So we were uncomfortable adding that use into, or allowing it to be permitted as part of this development without it coming back to hearing before the commission to make a text amendment. So that is what is before you today, to allow the mixed-use definition in this PUD for this corner piece to be a permitted use, to have multifamily and commercial in one development. The comprehensive plan does not have a recommendation for this site, so therefore the plan contemplates the use consistent with the existing zoning, so that would be the commercial zoning that's contained in the PUD. Again, it's been zoned for commercial development since 2004, but has not developed since that time. The surrounding area to the south, to the east, to the west is all single-family detached dwellings. To the north, across Northfield Drive in Brownsburg, are some duplexes, as well as some commercial businesses, including a gas station, a liquor store, and office use, and then self-storage. This is a conceptual plan submitted by the petitioner. They have other conceptual plans. This is by no means set in stone. They have not applied for a development plan review. They just simply submitted some plans to show you conceptually what they're thinking. But this is just for a text amendment to the PUD and not a development plan review. Things such as drainage, traffic, those kinds of things would be reviewed when a development plan review came before this commission at a later time. This is a conceptual idea of what they were thinking. It's just an idea of conceptually first floor retail and upper story multifamily. This is not coming in again for approval for the architecture. Staff reviewed this pretty closely, and based on the mix of uses at this intersection and based on the fact that the site has not developed solely for commercial uses since 2004, that a mix of the uses in the area would be appropriate, and the change to a mixed-use development that includes multifamily and first-story retail would be appropriate at this intersection. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
So really, all we're trying to do is make that clarification of mixed use.
Clarification that mixed use in this case would include multifamily.
And this property was zoned this way back in 2004, before these homes were built there.
Correct.
Those homes then were built there knowing that it was zoned the way it's zoned. So
I want to make sure I understand, is the recommendation to allow mixed use as an acceptable use or as a special exception?
The way that it's been proposed by the petitioner is to add it to the permitted uses, not the special exception. We would think that would be acceptable, but if you wanted to slate it into the special exception category, that would also be acceptable to staff.
And if it's a special exception, then if they would then want to develop that as mixed use, they'd have to come back to get approval of a special exception at a later time.
Correct.
So are we talking about changing the language? Because I see down here you say the PUD amendment should be changed to read mixed use that includes multifamily and commercial rather than live, work, residential?
When they
Can you
first
clarify
submitted when they first submitted their petition, they listed the list of permitted uses, and then at the bottom simply wrote in live, work.
Okay.
And I didn't like, since we don't have that defined either, we'd be right back in the same situation. So I wanted to clarify what they were asking.
So we are looking at amending the language for mixed use as a special exception under G, but also possibly moving mixed use into the allowed usages?
The way the petitioner has requested the text amendment is to list it as a permitted use without a special exception.
So we're changing the language of mixed use and changing it from special exception to permitted.
That is the request,
Okay.
yes.
So two parts.
Yes.
Okay.
would it be wise to go through the permitted use that you've provided us and maybe strike some of these that are there at the same time?
I think you would have to ask the petitioner if they'd be willing to.
That's fine. Thank you.
Could you put the slide back up again on the permitted uses that exist now? I just want to make sure I understand what is in the PUD.
Agricultural roadside stand, automobile filling station, convenience store, daycare center adult, educational institution, financial institution, healthcare facility, medical and emergency, hospitals, medical and dental laboratories, nursing homes, offices, professional and business, personal services, professional services, publicly owned buildings and utilities, restaurants, restaurant fast food, retail businesses, service businesses, shopping centers, veterinary clinics and animal hospitals, wholesale businesses.
And these are all currently permitted uses on that land.
Correct.
And can you go back to the slide that shows these special exceptions? These are uses that could be used, that the land could be used for with permission from the town, correct?
So these are uses listed by special exception, which means they're permitted, but they're permitted by special exception, so they have to go before the Board of Zoning Appeals to meet certain criteria and be approved by the board for these uses to go in.
And if you could read those for those
Sure.
who are my age and can't read.
Automobile service and repair, clubs, commercial recreation, commercial entertainment, excluding sexually oriented businesses, contractor services, hotels, motels, mixed uses, religious places of worship, research and testing laboratories.
So those are possible uses for this property.
Correct, but neighbors would be notified if this were,
Right.
if any of these were proposed.
Okay. And under the recommendation, is there a recommendation from staff as to whether we should simply change the language within the special exceptions, or if we should move it into the permitted uses, or does the staff have no position on that?
Staff's position is that we think this is a appropriate use in the permitted uses district. What was intended by mixed uses being in a special exception back in 2004, since I don't know which mixed uses they were talking about, I can't comment on that. But we think this use would be appropriate as a permitted use.
Okay. And Mr. Taylor, this change of moving this from a special exception into permitted uses would then affect other proposals that would be brought before the petition, correct? Because this is a change to the ordinances. It's not just specific to this property. Is that correct?
It would apply to the PUD everywhere in the PUD district. But it is, because of the uncertainty about what mixed uses meant in the special exception, I'm not sure it's fair to say that we're moving it. The clarification is we don't know what the town council meant in 2004 when they said that. So I think staff's report rightly points to it, saying we're going to analyze this proposed use all by itself and see whether we think this mix of commercial and residential it should be allowed in this particular district. And if so, it would obviously land on the permitted use area for this district. So I think that's the better way to look at it. I don't think it's really shifting, because I don't think anyone can tell us what mixed uses was. I was there in 2004, by the way, and I can't tell you what the idea, that's a very vague, too vague, I think. And I think the staff has done a good job saying, why don't we talk about what we're talking about, and then see if that is, if that's something that would, you should recommend to the town council or not.
So what we're talking about is just specific to this piece of land. We're not necessarily making any changes to any other proposals that might come forward to us in the future.
Yes, it's specific to this PUD.
Right, okay.
Remember, when you have a PUD ordinance, it's kind of like its own little zoning ordinance
Right.
for that area of land. So this change is merely change the text of that PUD ordinance. It doesn't apply to any other parts of your UDO.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify.
But it does affect anything that's zone commercial that's left in this PUD undeveloped, right? So if you go back to the map of the entire PUD, anything that's listed in, I guess, red and pink on that would then be allowed to be live work.
So this
Correct.
map is a little confusing and deceptive in that this line right here is the Avon Brownsburg line. So everything north of Northfield Drive is Brownsburg, and we're not discussing it at all, and we can't amend anything in Brownsburg.
Okay, so we're just looking at the Avon portion of this PUD, not the
Correct.
entire PUD.
The entire PUD was approved by the county and has since split between Brownsburg and us. And then everything in pink is Area G.
It's
And
already
they're
been
asking
developed, yeah.
to do Area G, and then most of Area G has since been redeveloped as.
So the black dotted line is the only section of the PUD that we're talking about.
We're only talking about the red outlined area because they provide a legal description of what they want to have the text amendment apply to, and it's.
But I know, but what I'm saying is that when he was saying this could apply to the rest of the PUD, are we talking about what's in that red solid line or in the black dotted line?
In the red solid line.
Any more questions for staff? And thank you for that clarification of everything there. So, any more questions for staff? The petitioner may come forward. Reminder that you have 10 minutes.
All right, good evening. My name is Mark Riffle. I'm an attorney at Taft, and I represent the petitioner, Rabka Holdings, Inc. I'm joined tonight by Mr. Mohit Sharma. He's one of the business partners of Rabka Holdings. He's a resident here of Indiana. He's excited to be here, and we're excited for you guys to hear about our proposed application here tonight.
Could you state your address, please?
Sorry, my address is 211 North Pennsylvania Street, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thank you.
Miss Albrand did a wonderful job kind of explaining the purpose of our petition here this evening. I won't try to bore you guys with the details that is already covered, so I'll try not to take up your time. As was mentioned, right up here at the intersection of Dan Jones and Northfield Drive is our subject site. The site has been you'll see wind farms. The Parks at Wind Farms is the neighborhood over here to the south and east of our site. We've received remonstrance letters from some of those neighbors concerned about the possibility of multifamily being located here at this site. And a majority of their concerns focus on two critical elements. One, sight lines and whether there would be appropriate buffering or screening of our site. And then the other concern was just the type of people that would be living in the apartments. Our site, we are currently planning for this to be market rate apartments. Those are the current plans. But moving forward, I'll kind of show you guys some of our proposed plans here. So this first set was our initial set of plans. And as you can see here, to the south and to the east is the Parks at Wind Farms. These are the neighbors of the few remonstrance letters we received. These were the neighbors that were sending them. And as you can see in our proposed plan, we're planning on all kinds of trees, evergreen trees. Additionally, There's a possibility of, doing some earthen mound buffering as well to help, provide a sort of buffer to these neighbors to the south and to the east. Additionally, one thing that we've kind of approached, one of the, I guess, developmental issues with the site is Marathon Gas has a almost 150-foot wide gas easement that runs along the northern boundary of the site. We've been in communications with Marathon about allowing for paving within their easement, so long as it's nowhere close to the actual gas line. And so Marathon has expressed, an immense willingness to work with us. And so one thing that they've, especially told us that we'd be allowed to do is to pave within their easement area. And as you can see in this plan, that would allow for, and these are only initial plans, but this would allow for some significant reconfiguration of the site, which would allow for even more potentially buffering and screening with these neighbors to the south and to the east. Since my firm was retained, we sent a letter to all of the neighbors within the statutory notice area, I sent them all personally a letter providing my name, number, email, hoping to get in contact with these folks. To date, I've yet to receive a response. Additionally, I've sent emails to the HOA president of the Parks at Wind Farms, sent an email on September 23rd, September 27th, October 4th. I've yet to receive a response. We're happy to talk to these folks. We want to talk to these folks. We've sent them letters. But the clear, from what we received and from what the planning department received, the big concern was buffering and screening. And, we are happy to work, and we're, actively attempting to work to help alleviate those concerns with the community. But my client is extremely excited about this opportunity. They think this is a tremendous area here in central Indiana, where this type of use, retail on the first floor, apartments in the upper levels, would be attractive. Lots of communities here in central Indiana are looking for similar type projects, and my client is ready, willing, and able to pursue that. So some other renderings, just so you guys can see some additional renderings. And granted, these are just proposals at this point. We've yet to formally develop plans. It's very contingent on your decision here today. But here are some initial plans of the project, some initial renderings. You saw this one earlier. And just to provide some background, my client, majority of their developments have been in the Toronto, Canada area. This is an example of one of their condominium projects that's going in Toronto. They're excited to see multifamily kind of take off here as well. So here's some more examples of some of their projects. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to our next public comment section. Reminder, we have 10 minutes for those who are in support of this project to speak, 10 minutes for those who are opposed to this to speak. If you are one of the speakers, I please ask you to be aware that other people wish to speak as well. We are putting a 2-minute time limit per person. So is there anybody present who would like to speak in support of this project, who has signed up for that, or who does not sign up but would like to raise their hand in support of it? Okay, moving on to those who would like to speak, remonstrate against this project. Again, 10 minutes total, 2 minutes maximum per person. Who do we have that have signed up?
Patty Favorite?
Okay. Please state your name and your address when you come to the podium. Make sure the microphone is on, please.
My name is Patty Favorite. I live at 2427 Prophetstown Road in Avon. And I wish to comment, first of all, that we have not received any emails or letters from this gentleman. So I don't know whether Our street was not on that list, but we are definitely impacted by that. I did send a letter when this originally came out. Of the 5 objections that I had, I would like to focus on 2 right now. One of the main ones would be traffic issues. Anytime you're going to put in multi-story residences plus business, we already only have 1 entrance or exit to our development for our 90 lots. And especially during school, beginning and ending school hours, it can become very difficult to get out on Dan Jones. So if you add right next to us another whole group of cars, I think the traffic will get very difficult. Even more importantly than that, our neighborhood is unique in that we are a very young, family-oriented neighborhood. My husband and I probably are the oldest ones in the neighborhood, and there are only a few senior citizens that live there. Everyone else are families with children. They make full use of playing outside, using our little playground, taking walks, walking their dogs. It's a wonderful neighborhood to live in. And I feel like introducing this type of use for that immediate land would completely change the ambiance of our neighborhood. It would certainly impact the safety for our children and our families, and I would really like you to give careful consideration to making this particular use of the land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person who signed up?
Tara Coburn.
Hi, I'm Tara Coburn. I am at 2426 Prophetstown Road. I am located in the back of the neighborhood near Patty. I do believe we're probably outside of the required distance, which is why I also did not receive the letter. It was from the neighbors. I have sent 2 letters into the city. I hope that they have been received. I did through snail mail. And before I get into reasons, I would like to offer a proposal too that I didn't feel anyone was talking about. We've been stressing defining mixed use, but is it not on the table that we cannot just strike that out completely, given that no one really knows what it was meant to be? Why do we have to define it versus saying this is arbitrary? There are numerous options already allowed on that particular site. We saw the list. I find it interesting that none of those were deemed a quality option, given the number that they could just choose and not have to go through the process of being approved. So I would like people to consider and think outside the box of just removing it. That's the only one that was on that list that isn't very clear on what we mean. So we can potentially just advocate to move to have it stricken from the options. However, as Patty had mentioned, I did mention the concern with traffic. As she said, there's only one way out. If you looked at that picture, one of the entrances to this new development, whether it stay commercial or be commercial residential, is going to be shared with our neighborhood, which does get very congested during rush hour just from our own traffic. And if we add to it additional traffic, it's going to be very difficult. And that's even considering the fact that we're making that Dan Jones expansion, which is in process. But my other concern with this particular development being changed and added the residential component has to do with our schools. As many of you know, that we are going through a redistricting. My daughter's in 4th grade. This is the 2nd redistricting that we have already done, and they're not prepared for this. They're not planning in the redistricting on having any new residential development.
Thank you very much.
Craig Scruggs.
Well, my concern is not for this. Even though I don't agree with it, my concern is for something else. Can I talk about something else?
Another agenda item?
Yes.
Have we heard that agenda item yet?
No.
Then let's wait for that. Okay, next.
Tyrone Pusha.
And I would also encourage you, as you hear your neighbors and community members speak, if you've signed up to speak and someone else has already spoken to that point, perhaps you could let someone else speak who has a different point so that we get as much information from the community as possible. So go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I object to this for numerous reasons. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your name and address.
I kind of dove in. It was like 2 minutes.
All right.
I got to go. My name is Teron Pouche. My address is 24 78 Shakamak Lane. I'm lot 29. My home kind of sits there at the entrance, kind of faces Northfield. I object to this for several reasons. One, like Ms. Patty kind of hinted at, we are a tight-knit community with a lot of kids. The safety aspect of what comes in. Me personally, I leave in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, and we all know each other. So when something's off, you know, we can notify each other, hey, what's going on? I saw a car, this or that. We've also been very fortunate to not have a lot of crime issues in our neighborhood. So that's one piece of it. The second piece is the traffic aspect, the type of people that are coming into that will be allowed to live there. It's a lot to digest. And the biggest, another part of that too is traffic. It is a nightmare trying to get in and out of your own neighborhood. They did do something a few years ago by putting the stoplight there, but if you add this piece to it, it's going to be a lot. But overall, my objection is the safety aspect. Kids do go around our neighborhood, and it's, you know, it's going to lose that by allowing this to be there. Kids not going to be able to be outside without supervision. So that's all I got.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Next.
Jim Trutcha?
My name is Jim Troca. I live at 2418 Wood Creek Crossing Boulevard. I live across the other side of Dan Jones, and my subdivision comes out where this gentleman was just talking. Traffic's a problem. Very seldom do you come out of the subdivision without having to wait for traffic. Adding what they showed in here, well, let's go back. There was plan unit developments on 3 of those 4 corners. None of them are anything I would want. One's a gas station. Okay, we also have a liquor store. That's always nice in your neighborhood. And storage units. Hey, who wouldn't want those by their house? Okay, there's a vacant small hospital that has nobody. And now we're looking at putting basically 3 levels of apartments on a 6-acre. So this would be equivalent of platting an 18-acre subdivision. It's a squeeze. Secondly, if it's anything like your town allowed at the corner of Dan Jones and 100 North with the 3 or 4-story apartments that are just blasted with light pollution. Okay, it looks like a prison when you drive by there. If that's what this is going to have, that's my view out of my front door. Yes, it's a planned unit development. But again, if the person that owns this property or wants to develop this property says, I changed my mind, boom, we're back to gas stations and storage units and different types of things. That does not belong in this area of Avon. The height of the place, that just changes the whole dynamic of the neighborhood. Okay, 4 stories, that's 40 to 50 feet tall. You have people in and out their apartments. They don't belong in the middle of a subdivision. I'd just like you to consider that. Second, where's my fine attorney that sent out letters? When they put the gas station, when Brownsburg zoned the gas station on the corner, I got a letter in Wood Creek Crossing. I got no letter this time, and you're closer than the gas station was. So don't come up and say I got nobody complaining to me, because you never notified us. We did it through public access or public letters. So thank you for your time. You have a good evening.
Thank you very much. How much time do we have left? Sorry? 2 minutes? Okay. We have time for one more. Who else on the list?
Nobody else has signed up.
Okay. Anybody else like to come speak who can address something that hasn't already been addressed? Okay. Public comment for this agenda item is, it is closed. We have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you. So we provided letters to the statutory homes we were required to provide letters to with the initial application. Additionally, we sent additional letters to those same individuals in advance notice of today's hearing. I appreciate the community's concerns, and I'm happy to hear them. I'm happy to talk to everybody after today's hearing here today. I'm willing to stick around and talk to folks. One of the things that was mentioned here is the current permitted uses for the site. Some of those permitted uses, I think members of this community may agree, are less desirable than others. For example, convenience stores where people would be going in and out at all hours, lights on at all times. Additionally, some of those other permitted uses, all kinds of retail businesses, restaurants, things where lighting is going to be needed and required, and things where frankly, you may see even less, you may see very undesirable people and have even more concerns for safety. So the applicant would be willing to, further amend our application to remove some of the current permitted uses related to the site, if that is something that the commission here deems, necessary. We would be open to that. Our client does not want to create issues and strife with the community. And these are only initial renderings, initial plans. We've yet to go through the process of formally drawing everything up. However, what this does is it certainly gives us much more security in knowing that, we have a use that is valuable for the community and valuable for the property. Every community in central Indiana is needing additional housing, additional apartments, and these are not going to be, we do not intend for these to be, affordable housing, things of that nature. Our client has desire for these to be market rate apartments if this were to be approved. With respect to the current concerns with traffic, I know that is something that would come later in the development stage. And, our client is certainly willing to work with the town and work with the community to figure out a way to better alleviate the flow of traffic. However, for the purposes of today's hearing, that's, not really, I guess, the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue is whether this PUD allows for this type of proposed use that we're proposing. So, like I said, I'm going to be sticking around after today's hearing, and everybody who spoke here today, I want to talk to you. If you don't wish to talk to me, I certainly understand, but I'm going to stick around. So with that, I'll leave the commission to their decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank all of you for respecting our limitations on our time and everything. That's very much appreciated. Discussion.
I have I guess a question for Mr. Taylor here, as far as it was brought up that can we strike mixed use from the PUD? And I'd just like to get the legal opinion here of it's in the PUD, so there'd have to strike it, there'd have to be an agreement. We can't just unilaterally strike
Right.
it.
The issue's not in front of you. You could ask for that, a commitment to strike that from the petitioner, but that's really not, you're not being asked to rewrite their entire ordinance. You're just being asked to do this one thing. So I think you have to limit yourself to that unless the petitioner is willing to make a commitment for that.
Then a question for staff, that we're not really here to consider the building of an apartment building or multifamily. We're here to talk about amending the text of mixed use to include multifamily. Is that?
That is correct. None of the site plans that are shown here today would be before you. They would not be subject to these plans. They could come in with different plans. It has to come back for a development plan review. The immediate property owners, 2 properties deep, would get notice of that requirement, of that hearing. The development itself would meet the threshold of a traffic study, so we would get that as part of this review of if a development plan came in.
I just want to make that clear for the public to understand too, that this isn't really the end of anything. It's just more of a text amendment that any future development of anything will still come before the Plan Commission, or if there's zoning changes, the BZA. So this would be, if we change it and leave it as a special exception, then anything that would be mixed-use multifamily would have to go to the BZA to get approval as a special exception in that PUD, if it is approved today.
Correct. The first step would be to get a special exception from the BZA. If that were granted, then a DPR would have to come before the commission here. So it would be 2 approvals.
Okay.
With that being said, though, we can ask the petitioner which of these items underneath principal uses permitted that they would strike, and also underneath special exception, what they would
Correct.
strike.
You could ask them to strike any of those uses, and if they agreed by commitment.
I know there's a process to go through, and it goes to the BZA, but I'd like to eliminate, to me, that's a loophole. I'd like to eliminate that. And I get it. I mean, these pictures, these renderings, first of all, my comment to you, staff, is how high can our apartments go? I don't even know what the height is, for one.
So in this PUD, the height limit is 40 feet.
And then I was confused when when the attorney showed his slide and he showed the homes in Canada, I think it was. What's the density that we can get onto something like this? I mean, so as we go, and the reason why I ask is as we go through and strike the uses permitted, we're going to shrink this down to probably very limited things that can be put there.
I think that's, as far as the details of this, though, that's something that would be addressed later. Right now, we're just dealing with and I agree that we need to be careful as to what we ask petitioners to commit to striking, because this travels with the land, this stays with it. And if, for some reason, this apartment mixed-use development falls through, we still have the change in place for anybody that might come afterwards. So I think we do need to be thinking long-term, not just what is happening with this particular proposal.
Just a question on that. Does a PUD have a life? Does it end at some time, or is it in perpetuity until the petitioner? So that area will always be PUD.
Correct.
Okay.
So if this is a commercial by the PUD, does that align at all with any of the C1, C2, C3 zoning that we have?
A PUD is its own written separate ordinance. And again, this was written under the county in 2004. So it might have looked to the county ordinance at the time when writing uses. But this often happens in PUDs where they write things and it just lists restaurants. We don't, or mixed uses, for example, and it doesn't equate to what you see in your ordinance.
Because if I look at I guess this is the permitted use table that we have here. If you look at under the commercial zoning area, there is permitted and special cause for upper story residential in all of our commercial zoning.
Correct.
So that's essentially what is being requested here.
Correct.
So because it's a PUD, it doesn't follow our
Correct.
UDO, but it would align with our UDO.
Correct.
Okay.
And this was originally created by the county, correct?
Correct.
So I do have a follow-up question then that, would the text amendment allow for a standalone apartment building with no commercial in it?
It would not.
Okay,
It would have to be a mixed use.
okay.
And so if they came in with a first floor retail and apartments above, and then they couldn't get commercial to go in, and they wanted to make the first floor residential, they would have to come back to you.
But if it was all commercial, that would be approved. That would be
That would meet the
allowed.
current standards of the PUD.
Okay, so the question is, does the language allow for residential and commercial within the same building? And that's why we're addressing the language. That's why there's been a request to amend the language. And so that is clearly allowed.
Correct.
So it seems like what we're talking about is today in the PUD, under special exception, mixed use is allowed. Staff's put forward that to make sure that everyone knows what mixed use is, to do a text amendment to further define mixed use. So it's not really that it's allowing something that's not there, it's defining what mixed use is according to closer aligned to UDO definitions, so that it's not, we don't know what the PUD meant since it wasn't defined.
Correct.
I like the idea of keeping it under a special exception, though, if it aligns with UDO for other things where you have to get permission for residential. I don't think it should be a standard.
Could I ask the petitioner a question?
Yes.
Could I have the petitioner come forward? So I understand the request to work with us to modify the text, and with the rendering here, which is just a concept, doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
So whatever anybody has seen doesn't mean that's what they're planning, because it could change drastically if I even approve. But with the idea of even considering mixed use in this area, we've had mixed use in other PUDs in Avon that never came to fruition. They couldn't get the retail, and it ended up becoming straight apartment complexes. Why is the thought that this is a good location for mixed use, that really for walkability, there's not a lot around it. It's residences, a gas station, and a liquor store, storage units. So, I mean, is there something you can help us understand why this is a good location for something like that?
Yeah, so one thing that our client has kind of found out in their years of doing condominium projects is that one very attractive thing for people in looking for apartments and looking for, you know, similar type arrangements is having amenities close by within walking distance. By having retail on the first floor, you know, one example would be like a small sandwich shop on the first floor of the apartment complex, right? That's something that's very attractive to people. And that's something that, tends to attract, more, I guess, younger, affluent type residents. You know, it's something that they actively seek out. Additionally, having the possibility for some people to work, in the same exact building in which they're living, that's very attractive. That's very attractive to a younger demographic, primarily the 20 to 30-year-old demographic. So that is something that my client has found really benefits their developments, is by having that, I guess, extra carrot, if you will, to attract better tenants.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
This isn't dissimilar to some of what has been proposed for Easton Gray. And we've had conversations about diversifying the type of housing that we have here in Avon. So it's not just either apartments or single-family homes. And I don't object to the idea of this type of a mixed use of that property, generally speaking. Now, whether or not we want to do that on this particular pub, but is why we're here. But
Well,
diversifying the kinds of.
I would say don't confuse this with Easton Gray. Easton Gray is something totally different. This to me
I understand.
is not a walkability thing.
Right.
You got 5 acres, and I might go to that sandwich shop 3 times and I get tired of it. I can't walk somewhere else. I got to drive there. So I think the description probably doesn't fit this site that we just heard. That's my opinion. But I don't know if we just want to strike some of these permitted uses, or let the petitioner have further conversation with the people that are here and table this and bring it back. I'm open to any suggestions, but I'd like to move on.
I think we're talking about 2 steps. Number 1, striking, do we want to have some of the permitted uses stricken? And do we want to further define what mixed use means and bring it into permitted uses for this PUD? So those are two separate things. One has to do with the changing of the text, and the other one has to do with asking for commitments to strike some of these uses for future use of that property.
So Linda, I'd ask, if we were looking to have anything stricken from the PUD, this is something that the PUD, the petitioner, has to agree to. We can't just strike it ourselves, can we?
That's correct.
So if we were wanting to do something like that, along with getting clarification and language on mixed use, which really, from my understanding, is aligning it to the language in Avon's Unified Development Ordinances, would that be better to continue this to allow the opportunity to let the developer or petitioner know here are the permitted uses that we would like to have stricken?
That might be an excellent opportunity if the petitioner would like to meet with the residents, first of all, and staff could see it as an opportunity to strike heavy traffic or traffic causing uses like the gas stations and the fast food or anything with a drive-through, quite frankly, that.
Have there been any requests for continuances on this agenda item previously?
This has been continued twice because
Whose request?
at the petitioner's request, because they lost their initial representative, and then it took them some time to find a new representative. And then they had to provide new notice.
And so where are we in terms of permitted continuances requests, Mr. Taylor?
You have a discretion to continue it anytime. The limitations are only on the petitioner's request. So the commission has that jurisdiction.
I like what you're suggesting, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I think it provide an opportunity for the petitioner who's made the offer to stay after the meeting, which I think would then lead into some other meetings to talk to all the citizens here on, and for them to understand there's a list of permitted uses up there. You should understand what those are, because there's probably some up there you'd look at saying, is that something else that you'd like to have developed in that neighborhood? Similar to what the one gentleman that talked to us about not having a chance to talk about what was developed there before. So I think that might be, I like that approach. I'd recommend, Commissioner, we do a continuance.
So are you speaking basically that they would allow for the residential use if other commercial uses are not permitted? Is that the proposal then?
They're independent from each other. The request tonight is just to amend the language so that mixed use includes what was referred to as live work, but basically commercial and residential in one structure.
And that's not a zoning concern, zoning issue?
No, because this is a PUD.
Okay.
So that's the request. The concern that's been brought up in the conversation is, this property right now can be built doing certain things, and no matter how automotive, I think, was one of them. No matter how much people object to it, it's permitted. And so that in addition to changing the language, which was the request tonight about mixed use, this could be a good opportunity to go in and restrict permitted uses for future use down the road, 30, 40, 50 years. Or if this project doesn't go through, so that's what we're looking at. They're not connected, they're just adjacent, I guess would be the best way to say it. Any further discussion on this request?
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we continue.
Yes.
I would just say one more thing, that if you have concerns about buffering, there was some mention that there was that attention to the south and east because of the neighbors. There was some mention of maybe having mounded buffers, maybe not. So it seems to me that if you are looking for continuance and you want to give the petitioner some things to talk about or work on, that buffering to the south and east is an issue which you heard about. If that's important to you, then you would do that. So you've talked about uses a lot, so I think that's good, but there's some other things in a rezone where you have discretion. And, it kind of brings more things into play. That's one of the things I heard mentioned in the presentations or remonstrance. If you have strong opinions about that, or you want the petition to explore that, that might be worth mentioning as well.
Okay.
Well, before I make a motion, I would say what Mr. Taylor was there, that there should be discussions around buffering to address safety. I think that was a constant theme overheard. And traffic is like, how would you alleviate traffic of whatever development would go in that corner, whether it be mixed use, retail, restaurant, whatever. An auto filling station, a gas station would definitely drive traffic. So I think that would be something that I would like to see there too.
I would add to the heights, the building heights. That should be a discussion item as well.
That's already built into the PUD though, 40 feet.
That's fine. Have a discussion with the people, educate
It
them.
could be a commitment, though, to lower it.
Yeah.
It could be a commitment. You could have that discussion.
So we're beginning, have a motion here.
I'll make a motion. I move that we continue PUDA 24-02 Wind Farms PUD text amendment to the November 25th meeting of the Plan Commission.
I'll second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Guggenberger,
For.
Reed,
4.
Zuzen,
4.
Kaufman, Rockabrand, 4, Ransberg,
4. This agenda item is now moved to the November 25th meeting, and I would encourage all of you, as you have demonstrated, to be as good citizens and involved in helping to develop this PUD. So we are going to take a 5-minute recess, so see you back.
Can you turn on the air conditioning?
We are now bringing this meeting back to order. You've all had a chance to stretch your legs and other things. So, all right. Moving on to agenda item ZA 24-05, Silver Springs rezone. If we could ask everybody to take a seats and bring the conversations to a close. Thank you. And if somebody could close that door, please.
I do apologize. The air is in fact on now.
Okay, good.
It was turned down but not changed over from heat, which we thought it was. So I apologize for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Silver Springs is a rezoning for a property of almost 50 acres on the west side of County Road 900 East. It's approximately a quarter mile north of County Road 200 North. It is currently zoned R1. I want to bring that up for your reference because your staff report says R2. We discovered last week that most of the zoning map on the town's website
The
is.
door's locked, Ms. Rainbrook, so they have to be open.
Oh.
One door has to be open because they lock.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we should open that and just ask people to keep it down, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So again, we thought this property was zoned R2, but it is in fact zoned R1 based on the latest map adopted by the council in 2022. It is abutted by the Heathermore subdivision to the west at a density of 2.33 units per acre. Osmond Acres, which is in the county, to the south, and then south of that is Winton Meadows, which is a PUD. 1.5 units per acre and 3.53 units per acre respectively. To the east is a portion of the industrial portion of Avon Landings PUD, which is the new Sephora building going up. And to the north, approved for development in the town of Brownsburg, is a single-family detached subdivision at 3.12 units per acre. Parcel is unimproved. This has been continued numerous times, as you probably recall, because we were having trouble getting the traffic study for the case. Prior to that, staff was working with the petitioner on architectural requirements for the proposed subdivision. So they are requesting rezoning from R1 to R3, and the proposed density would be 3.5 units per acre. R3 has a maximum density of 4 units per acre, so it would be within that regulation. This is the aerial of the subject site. 900 is here. This is the Brownsburg Avon border. 200 north is here. The Bicentennial Trail is here to the west. The Heathermore subdivision, Osmond Acres, and Winton Meadows below that. Sephora is currently being built in this location here. This is a picture of the comprehensive plan. The subject site is way up here to the north. It's outlined in white. That area is shown by this orangey brown bubble for area retail. Area retail equates to the C2 category within the UDO. Therefore, this would not be consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is a zoning map of the area, a current zoning map, the official zoning map, and the parcels right here. It would be the northern 2/3 of this yellow parcel zoned R1. This is a proposed layout of the subdivision. It would be a mix of townhomes and single-family dwellings. 101 townhomes would be along the south end. And then 76 lots for the residential subdivision north of the townhomes. Again, staff has been working with the architecture standards in our UDO, and the petitioner in this case would be Lennar Homes. We were particularly interested in the rears of the homes that would be viewed along the 900 streetscape. So the petitioner has provided a rendering here of conceptually what the backs of these homes would look like. I'm going to get into that a little later here, but what we've determined that we don't like in some of the subdivisions that have been going up is the same exact footprint across the backs of these homes. So what we are proposing is to have varying levels of height, so 2 stories mixed with ranches, gables turned, 90 degrees one way, then 90 degrees the other way, having some definition up at the top of some different materials that would break up the large wall of the back of the home, and then providing additional amenities that could be added onto the backs of the homes to make them look different. For instance, this one has a 3-car garage, so it comes out a little more than, say, this one here. This is renderings of the townhomes. So this is the southern 101 homes. There would be some that would be rear loaded. So this is a rendering of those, and then some that would be front loaded. And those renderings. Staff comments on this. We reviewed it in relation to that overall bubble you saw for the commercial area at this node. But first we looked at the future land use bubble and being that area retail and determining if that was the best use for this property. I want to go back to the aerial. There is a residential stub street right here. Right here. And then there will be another one up here for the new Brownsburg development. So our thoughts for this portion of the area retail recommendation is because there are 2 residential stub streets providing access to this property, that continuing with residential uses would be most appropriate for this piece. Additionally, the remaining parcel to the south, which is 28 acres of the overall 73 acres of this larger piece, would still be available for commercial development consistent with the plan. We also looked at the fact that it's 73 acres. It was a very clear and very intentional to put retail in this area of the northern or northeastern part of Avon. And the reason for that is to make retail available to these surrounding neighborhoods. So when you want to go to the store, you want to go to the restaurant, you don't have to drive down to US 36 to do everything, that there's nodes available and that you can bike to them or walk to them if you choose. It would help with the traffic that goes along the north-south roads down to 36 and help with the traffic on 36 if we provide some commercial up where these neighborhoods are. And we completely agree that commercial at this node should be there and available to these neighborhoods. However, the infrastructure along 200 and along 900 is not to develop to a point that it can support 73 acres of commercial retail. So we thought a change for this northern piece, because of the amount of land that's not needed for commercial and the fact that it will have 2 residential stub streets to it, that deviating from the plan was appropriate in this case. Going back to those alternate standards, I did print out the list of the alternate standards. It's in your staff report. I did not include it in the presentation, but not just only this builder, but other builders have had difficulty with our enhanced architectural standards, and particularly 2 of the categories. but in particular, one of the categories, and finding things that they pick out of that list to put on their homes to meet that category. And we reviewed it with them and concur with them. So we went through and added things to, working with the petitioner, we added things to the architectural standards list for them to have additional things to pick from. And I want to show you what one of the issues was. This is the Bellwood subdivision as viewed from the perimeter road. And you'll see we have six homes here that are all look almost exactly the same. One's kind of turned, but basically it's the same floor plan across the way there. And the pick list that they're struggling with allows you to have a like a morning room or a breakfast room on the back of the house. So you see that every single one of these has one of those on the back of the house. So they look more mundane and monotony than what we were trying to gain from the architectural standards. So we've worked with them and added different things in so they can have more of a pick list, and then also put in guidelines for, especially for the ones that front on the perimeter roads, that they have more of a breakup of housing types along those perimeter roads, so they don't start to look like monotony along the homes or along the streetscape of the perimeter road. I did not put the criteria in the presentation, but I do want to go through it real quick. Again, when reviewing rezoning petitions, you're looking at all of the criteria taken in totality and reviewing them as a whole instead of trying to find that they've met each one. So obviously the comprehensive plan as adopted, since it recommends retail, it does not meet that criteria, but we do believe that because of the stub streets and because of the amount of retail that will still be available at this intersection, a change to the comprehensive or deviation from the comprehensive plan is warranted. The second criteria is the current conditions and character of the current structures and uses in each district. We do believe this would be consistent with the character of the surrounding residential that's in Heathermore, as well as the new development in Brownsburg. It would also provide a buffer from those neighborhoods to the industrial to the east. Criteria 3 is the most desirable use for which the land in the zoning district is adapted. Again, we believe this would be a good transitional use given the industrial to the east and the proposed commercial to the south. Criterion 4 is the conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. We have no reason to believe that this would have a substantial impact on any property values in the district. And then responsible growth and development. As I said before, we believe that 73 acres of commercial is not practical in this area due to the infrastructure restraints, and that changing it to something with less traffic needs and that would be more compatible with the existing residential would be responsible development and growth. So with that, we are recommending approval of zoning amendment 2405, subject to the alternate standards that have been included in your report. 50-foot half right-of-way dedicated along County Road 900. Number 3 is a standard commitment you see when infrastructure improvements have not been fleshed out. This site has had a traffic study. It has been reviewed. Traffic studies, when they're reviewed to make sure that they've reviewed all the intersections that are required, that they've used the appropriate amounts of statistics that you would want to, like how many cars are going to be used for this, and like those kinds of things are in line. And they review it to make sure that what the traffic study says is appropriate. From there, the town works with its engineer to determine what improvements are needed or what contribution towards those improvements are needed. That step hasn't been completed yet. We expect for it to be completed prior to town council approval. But this is our standard condition for when those infrastructure contributions or road improvements have not been completely fleshed out. We are requesting that the recreation impact fee be assessed at the time of the application for building permits and not at the time that the plat is recorded. And that a full physical street connection be made to the stub street to the west, which is called Autumn Faith Way. It is, I don't think any of my aerials show it. So the stub street is not fully, was not fully constructed all the way to the boundary line within the Heathermore subdivision. And so we don't want there to be a gap between what this developer thinks they have to construct and what was insufficiently constructed by the previous developer of Heathermore. We want them to physically connect. So we are requesting and requiring a condition that they fully connect physically and that a proper crossing be made for the trail. And those plans would be approved at the time the other construction plans are approved for the plat. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
What about the stub road to the north then? That goes to a different municipality. Do they have to allow us to connect or not, or how do you go through that?
They have proposed the stub, anticipating us to connect.
They being Brownsburg?
Correct.
Is there any thought as to, since we're, if you can go back to showing one of the maps showing the larger area. Yeah, so that property to the south, that would still remain commercial?
Correct.
Okay.
That's your next agenda item.
Right, that's what I thought. So, okay. Any further questions for staff? Okay, have the petitioner come forward. Reminder that you have 10 minutes.
Perfect. Start?
Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Brian Toohey. My address is 50 South Meridian. I'm here representing the petitioner in 24-05. It's a request to rezone about 45 plus or minus acres from, we learned today, R1 to R3. Thank you for hearing our case this evening. Here with me is Tony Bagato from Lennar Homes of Indiana. So Linda did a terrific job of explaining this case. So here's our site. As you can see, surrounded on the west side by the trail, the former railroad track, now trail, and residential subdivisions here and over here. Over here, there's an industrial development that's going in. And to the north, there will be a subdivision consisting of paired patio, duplex kind of homes, and single-family homes. What Lennar proposes to build on this site are both traditional single-family homes and some townhomes, and there's two different kinds, which I'll show you. So this is a little closer in examination of the site. I understand you may have a case here this evening that would consider commercial for this site. So our site is north of that, right next to the Brownsburg residential site, right next to Heathermore, again, across the street from the industrial development. And so it's not exactly on the corner, but it sits north of the corner of 200 and 900 East. So our concept plan calls for 175 homes, of which 101 of them are townhomes down in this area. And the idea Lennar has is the townhomes here along 900 would face 900. So the front of those townhomes would face 900, and you would come into your townhome through an alley-loaded garage here. These townhomes are the same kind. They would face this road, this stubbed road that would connect to Heathermore, which we agree with that proposed commitment, and come all the way through here. They would face that cross street there. And then these rear-loaded would face this pathway along here. There's a pathway that runs along like so. These would be the only homes that would be front-loaded townhomes. So the rear of those would be backing up to the commercial area, and the front of those is how you would access them. And then these homes up here would be traditional single-family homes, of which there's 101 of them. The lots range in size from about 7,200 square feet to about 11,000 square feet. And I'll show you the type of homes they propose to build in a minute. So this is what it would look like if this is approved. We're going to have a new Brownsburg development up here in this area all the way down to here. That question about the stub street, we have a street that would connect as it comes down from the north. We would also connect our subdivision into the stub street over here at Heathermore and have another entrance over here. So we think that rather than having a lot of commercial right on this area right here, it probably makes more sense to have residential next to these residential. And you think about it, it's kind of a transition because you have single family here, and then you transition into this is single family and duplexes, and our proposal is single family and townhomes, and you get to 900 and you get into some industrial development over here. We think that's an appropriate transition. My client spent a lot of time with Linda, which was very enjoyable and productive. She mentioned these adjusted architectural standards. We would make these part of our commitment, and the idea is to reduce the likelihood of the monotony that was brought to our attention by an earlier meeting. And so there's about 4 pages of those, and we would make those part of our commitment. There would be no vinyl as an example. There would be roofs facing in different directions. There would be a minimum number of windows on all sides. There would be 3-car garages in some of the houses, and there would be bump outs on some of the houses, not just sunrooms, but bump outs on the side. There would be patios, covered patios, inserted patios. And so you have a interior streetscape that looks more like this than what was brought to our attention as a concern. And along the perimeter, you have a streetscape that looks like this. So the back of the homes are not uniform. There's an adjustment to be made, or a commitment that's in there about having offsetting planes of these houses, so you don't have a flat back on the backs of the houses. So what kind of houses would we build, and what would they look like? These homes are these are single family homes. They would be 2-story and 1-story homes. And to give the Plan Commission an idea of what the cost of these homes and the size of these would be, they would range in size from about 2,400 square feet to about 3,300 square feet. And the estimated cost of these homes would be from the mid 400,000s, so around 450,000 plus or minus, to the high 400,000, say 490 to 500,000 at the high end for these type of homes. And there are a number of examples that we've included in the package, and we've shared these with Linda and the planning staff. So these are various types of homes. And as I mentioned, there's some of them that would have a 3rd-car garage. The garage could be a side load garage and then a bump out of a 3rd-car garage, because some of these lots are big enough to accommodate those kinds of homes. We would also have single-story homes. The single-family or single-story homes, which would be single-family homes, they would range in size from about 1,500 square feet to 1,800 square feet. They would cost between the high $300,000 range to the low $400,000 range. So say somewhere in the $375,000 range to the $420,000 or so $1,000 range. We also believe that there is a good market for townhomes. So the nice thing about these is you can move in, you don't have to worry about maintenance. All the maintenance is taken care of. And these are rear-loaded townhomes. So I'll ask you to kind of think back about that site plan. And Where you enter your garage would be on the back of that. So as you're driving down 900, you would see this. You would see the front of those homes. And as you drive across that street that would connect into Heathermore, you would see this. You'd see the front of those homes. Those are the rear-loaded townhomes. We also, along the south side, where we believe there may be some commercial uses, we thought it'd be best if the backs of those homes backed up to that commercial area. And so these are front-loaded townhomes. And most of the 101 townhomes, I think there's about 75 rear-loaded, and then the 26 front-loaded townhomes. So most of them are rear-loaded townhomes. And these townhomes would range in size from about the 1,700 square feet to 1,800 square feet. They'd have 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, all 2-car garages. We estimate both of those kind of townhomes, depending on options, would be in sort of the mid 300,000. So 350,000 plus or minus is the estimate of those townhomes. Linda brought up the traffic report, and it said that certain intersections would operate at acceptable levels of service. And then it also said that other intersections would need some improvements. Our suggestion is that if you all are inclined to give us a favorable recommendation, we'd ask that the recommendation come with a condition, or suggest that it come with a condition, that the approval will be conditioned upon us reaching an agreement with the town as to what our contribution would be to the road improvements that the town's engineers believe they need as part of this development. Linda asked for 5 commitments. We have agreed to numbers 1, numbers 2, and numbers 4 and 5. And our suggested slight alteration to number 3 is that the rezoning is subject to the petitioner in the town of Avon reaching an agreement prior to the final zoning approval by town council, whereby the town and the petitioner would agree to the amount of the infrastructure contribution to be paid by petitioner in lieu of offsite road improvements. Obviously, the petitioner can't go out and improve Ronald Reagan, and that's one of the areas that may need some improvement. Another is, I think, 200 up to the north. So we would respectfully request that you consider making it a condition of this approval, if you see it that way, that we in the town would come to an agreement on how much we would contribute to cover these road infrastructure improvements. The staff report notes that it doesn't meet the comprehensive plan, and we understand that, but we think that with these 2 connections as shown in the staff report and the 3rd connection up at the north end, we think this is kind of a logical use to put this 2 types of housing, townhomes and single-family homes, right next door to Heathermore and just south of what Brownsburg is going to build. And so we think your comprehensive plan is fine, but sometimes you have to adjust it. It's what it is. It's a plan. And given what's developed around this, we think this is a compatible, appropriate use. The 5 criteria for zoning cases, comprehensive plan, we mentioned that. We would suggest that the residential use is more compatible than having 70 acres of commercial use in that area. We think that the current conditions and the character of current structures, if you look around the site, the areas to the west and north include residential uses. And we think we meet the other 3 remaining criteria as set forth in the packages I've given you. Thank you for hearing our case this evening.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the public comments part of this. Reminder, 10 minutes for those who are in favor of this proposal, 10 minutes for those who are against it, and 5 minutes of rebuttal. Has anybody signed up to speak in support of this?
No.
Has anybody signed up to speak objecting to this?
No.
Is there anybody present who would like to speak in support or an objection to this proposal? Sir, come forward and state your name and address, please.
Nick Howe, 1872 North, County Road 900 East, so right at the corner of 200 and 900. Didn't know this was on the agenda for this evening, so I'll just speak real quick. I have a concern about the traffic. We're talking about 350 homes, and 200 and 900 aren't ready for that many cars. I believe the lady over here said that they didn't have all the details worked out of what it was going to take. I think we should figure out what it's going to take before we start shoving traffic down there. I heard earlier a lot of talk about what we're going to do with 3 trees. And I think we need to spend more time worrying about what we're going to do with traffic. I hear the concern about pulling traffic off 36. If you live in this town, you know, stay off 36 and you don't have to worry about it. And so you stay everywhere but 36. And now we're trying to push all that traffic off 36 into my neighborhood. So backing out on the 900 is not fun today. It will certainly not be fun with these 2 proposed changes. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to this agenda item? That being said, we'll move on to rebuttal. Where'd he go? Oh, there is. Okay. 5 minutes of rebuttal.
I'll make this brief since you have a large agenda tonight.
We do.
I would let the Plan Commission know that we sent out about 150 notices, and you can see why, because from that exhibit right there, there's quite a number of homes right on that area. We also had a neighborhood meeting where we sent the same notices out to 150 people to invite them to talk of it so we could explain what we were doing. I think we had 2 attendees at the neighborhood meeting, and no one, I understand the gentleman who just came forward, spoke, no one signed up to remonstrate against this. So I think the proposed use is not drawing a lot of attention and a lot of objection from our surrounding property owners. I think there are other uses that they're more concerned about than our proposed use. So the evidence before you is that the planning director, Ms. Albrand, with some commitments, believes this is a compatible deviation from the comprehensive plan. When you think about all that notice that went out, and we have a very limited objection, other than one gentleman, I think that's indicative that this is a rezoning that is compatible with what is existing in that area. And the gentleman mentioned that this was 350 homes, and I can understand how I might have said that. It's actually only 174 homes.
Please do not object. Please do not interrupt.
And so with those comments, we would respectfully ask for your favorable recommendation to the town council with our agreement to the commitments that we've outlined in our presentation. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. Discussion.
So, well, I ask about roads here because, we can only consider what's in Avon. So that's 350 homes, maybe when you're talking about what's going to go on in Brownsburg, but we can only consider what's in Avon. But the point about 900, can you talk about any plans for 900? Because 200 has been improved. So now that's different than 900 that hasn't been improved. Are there plans for 900?
It's my understanding that there are plans for 900 and they've actually already started. They will see orange barrels out there right now. I don't have the full set of plans. Most of what we have are related to this development or the Sephora development. What these plans show with regards to the access points is what we immediately are concerned about when we approve these plans. And then the infrastructure contributions go towards what we find we need when we do the 900 improvement.
I see Mr. Cannon in the audience. Would he be able to help in this discussion?
Would.
Bring in the big guns.
And if you could even talk about, is there any coordination with Brownsburg on 900? That'd be great.
Yes, thank you. My name's Ryan Cannon. I'm the town manager. Couple things just to clarify on the traffic things. We have identified there's 3 intersections that'll be impacted by the traffic. That's County Road 200 North and County Road 900 East, 200 North and Ronald Reagan Parkway, and 300 North, 900 East. So we are in the process of coordinating. The 300 North and 900 East is not the town's intersection. So
We are trying to find out what Brownsburg's doing and if they want infrastructure contributions. So that's a little bit of the delay. We're trying to coordinate that with Brownsburg. On traffic, it's a little bit of a catch-all. I've talked to you guys about this before. Even the reason we ask for contributions is because there's not a wholesale improvement that necessarily becomes required as a result of the development. They may add 20% additional traffic of people turning left, and that may eventually create a reduction in the level of service. So we ask them to contribute some dollar amount towards that improvement. That's how we work infrastructure contributions. We can only ask developers to pay for the added traffic that they're creating. If there's already existing problems, we can't ask developers to fix those. Those are the town's responsibility to fix. And Paul, you said it well. We've already improved County Road 200 North, and we did that with the plan in mind. It's actually been done so that we have the ability to widen it to 4 lanes eventually in the future. So we did the planning for that in anticipation of future traffic in that area so we could do it. Even with that, we know that it's going to be 10, 15, maybe even 20 years before that 4th lane, those 3rd and 4th lanes are actually needed on 200 North. There's not nearly enough traffic on there to really warrant 4 lanes. Regarding County Road 900 East, it will look completely different by the time, if these developments all get approved, it will not look the same. As Linda mentioned, Sephora is already out there doing improvements on County Road 900 East. This development will have to do improvements for their turn lanes. And then depending on if Meyer gets approved or not, they would have to do improvements as well. So basically County Road 900, by the time those 3 developments occur, will basically be a 3-lane section. And so again, we're coordinating some of those improvements, and those will address any traffic concerns, and then the infrastructure contributions towards the intersection improvements. We put those in a fund, and then when we need to do those improvements, the town uses those funds and does those road improvements. So happy to answer any other questions.
And just as a reminder, 900 East is chopped up into various jurisdictional controls, right?
That's correct. This section of 900 East is entirely in town, so everything north of 200 up to our town boundary, that's all in town. But yes, you're absolutely right. As you go south, there's actually more of 900 is in the county than is actually in the town of Avon to the south. There's a little bit of a portion by Regency, and then it leaves town all the way till you get almost down to the Costco and that shopping center. And again, all of that area is going to be improved as a result of that development, and that's taking place next year. So the towns continue to do improvements and address some of those traffic concerns.
Just for informational, Brownsburg has resurfaced their section of 900 from 300 to 250. So they've resurfaced it. They haven't made any additional turn lanes or expanded the shoulders or anything like that. So I don't know, as we make our changes and make our improvements, go from fat to skinny again. I don't know.
Correct. Yeah. And then we can't control what happens in Brownsburg, but as you know, Greg, we require a dedicated left turn lane at the entrance of any subdivision. So these subdivisions that are there tonight, they have to do road improvements at the entrance of that subdivision. And that's why I said, by the time you do most of those, you have 3 left turn lanes all the way along the road. You basically end up in the end with basically a 3-lane section through the town's portion. Now you're right, to the south, some of that may not happen, but the town did pave our portion as well. So, and we do require anytime a new subdivision comes in, they have to repave the entire way from boundary to boundary. So these developments will do that as well.
Thank you, Ryan.
I do have a question. I guess I'd ask staff here that, I think the idea of townhomes is good because we do need diversity in housing, and townhomes provides that diversity for what we've seen in demographics of older couples without children not wanting to have to maintain homes, and maybe younger people looking for a place to live, not have to maintain homes. But the density in the single family homes, based off this one display or graphic that was handed out, much more dense than what's in Brownsburg. Was any of that discussed? It's like I'm concerned about the density because as we talk about schools, We're adding a lot of homes, very small lots. Why is it not the same density as what it looks like it's going to be in Brownsburg? And probably is a question for petitioner, but I'd like to start with you first.
I was wondering.
And if you didn't have that discussion, I'll go to the petitioner.
Are you talking about the density of the townhomes and the single family, or
Density of the
just?
single-family homes. The lot sizes look definitely smaller than what is displayed in Brownsburg. And it just looks like the density is a lot higher in the development in Avon.
With the R3 zoning, they can go all the way down to 0.17 acres or something like that versus R2 is 0.34, double that.
I have the density
It's
of,
allowed. I'm going to ask the petitioner to come forward because this really is a question for the petitioner. So we look at density all the time here and getting a lot of homes. And I know what our ordinance says and what David's talking about, what's allowed for R3. But in the spirit of working together here, trying to provide bigger lots with those homes, why not have the same lot size?
I think what he mentioned too in his presentation was 7,200 square feet to 11,000. So you're talking about 0.17 to 0.25 acres.
Yeah, it may be different in just Brownsburg ordinances and our ordinance.
so the Brownsburg development is 3.12 units per acre.
It's on here, says it's R3.
No, I was stating the density. Brownsburg is going to be 76 homes on that portion at 3.12 units per acre.
And I'm making an assumption based on page number 5 of the handout that you provided us in your presentation.
Yeah.
Right. I think maybe the question you're asking is partially how big are those lots in the Brownsburg subdivision to the north of us? And I believe in looking at their package that they put together, they have lots ranging from 62 feet wide to bigger than that. So, and I think our minimum lot is 70 feet wide, is that right? We have 62 as well. So.
Wide or deep?
Wide.
So what's the acreage though? What's the size?
So.
How many square feet?
So I mentioned our lots range from 7,200 square feet to about 11,000 square feet. And I'm looking at the, I'm looking to see if I can find what the Brownsburg lots are, because some of them are duplexes. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure I can put my hands on that other than the summary they have.
I'm looking at page 5.2. It says here that the Brownsburg is zoned R3. Is that correct? And you're asking for a change of ours, which is R1 to R3.
Exactly. And actually their site, I think, has two zonings. It has M2
Correct.
and R3.
Yes. But the residential is
The single family is R3.
single family is
Yeah.
R3.
So our request for R3 would be next door to their R3.
But from our town, R1 is 1.8 maximum density units per acre. R3 is 4.
Right.
So if
Yeah.
Brownsburg's 3.2, it's different.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Now that we've determined that our zoning is R1 versus R2, and we, within our UDO, you could convert to an R3 with enhanced architectural standards. So R2 to R3, I understand that. Well, now we're going from R1 to R3. Should we go back and have a different conversation? Because what is the density for R1? What's the lot sizes for R1 versus where we're going today?
I'd like to know what the density is for R1.
1.8,
1.8
yes.
per acre.
1.8 units per acre versus 4.
4 per acre. That's quite a difference.
It is. And a minimum of 15,000 square feet versus 6,000 square feet minimum.
I mean, I like the townhouse
0.3
transition. That makes sense.
Which is only allowed in R3.
For the townhomes, I think R3 makes sense, but
I think that's a good point. For the townhomes, obviously, just because of the way they're constructed, that makes sense. And but the townhomes make up a much smaller part of the numbers. We've got, oh no, I guess, okay, we've got 74 single-family homes and 101 townhomes. Okay, yeah. So most of it is townhomes.
So if we like the townhomes are permitted use in R3 and not permitted in the other R1 or R2. So that's the need for R3.
I was just wondering why not, why can't part of it be?
Well, and that's the thing too, so the density, that's where I go back to is like, that's what ordinance call for. That doesn't have to be developed that way. That just is what is allowed for the single family house.
So, but if we don't approve this, the townhomes would by necessity would go away.
Unless you apply for double zoning.
And right, and I guess that I could direct my gaze to Mr. Taylor about how that would happen.
Well, I mean, you're asked to make a recommendation to town council if you're concerned about density of R3. Mr. Guggenberg's right. The standard is what's allowed. You can ask for commitment from the petitioner not to exceed whatever density for the rezone. You have that freedom. Same with the townhomes, really. I mean, you've limited number of units. You can ask for anything. It's a discretionary approval. You can ask. But again, I think that the best way to move forward many times is go right back to your 5 factors, take those one at a time and talk about that. And maybe that would allow you to reach some consensus on what you want to recommend.
So with that direction, the thing I'm going to focus in on is criterion 3, the most desirable use for which a land in each zoning district is adapted. Yeah, like the townhomes, I believe that, Avon needs that diversity of townhomes. And with commercial development being proposed south of that, that's a good transitional residential development. I would propose that we ask for a commitment from the petitioner to have single-family home density of R2 as opposed to R3 and get that commitment to lessen the density in the single-family home area.
So go ahead and lower it from R1 to R2, just not to R3.
It'd still be R3, but with a density equivalent to what is in R2.
Right. But maintaining the density, not of R1, which is what it is now, but of R2.
I'm
Rezone it
suggesting
to
R2. I don't know if somebody else would suggest R1.
R2 is 3 versus 4 units per acre.
And R1 is
1.8, which is very big.
negligible. Oh, I'm sorry, 1.8
1.8, that'd be a significant.
versus 3,
Yeah, R2 would make.
almost
sense.
twice as big.
Would make more sense to me than R1. They're going from R1.
Right.
Does that 3.8 include the townhomes, though? What is the density of just the single-family homes?
So my recommendation would be that it just be on single-family homes and leave the townhome, what's been proposed as is. If you have a different idea, I'm open to listen to that though too, is that too many townhomes?
Well, that's the question. If it's density is 3.8 for the entire property. Okay.
single family is 2.6 units an acre, and the townhomes would be 5.48 units an acre.
So that's the difference there.
That's what they've,
So it's already zoning below R2 standards for the
Which is
single
3.
family. Yeah.
Staff would suggest to you that any lower density on this particular site would be difficult to develop with the Sephora and the substation across the street. I don't think you would get a lower density to work at this site.
I would like to ask the petitioner to step forward again. Just to try and get your thoughts as to how the conversation is going up here with regards to asking a commitment to stick to the R2 density levels for the single-family homes versus R3.
So what is the R2 density? Is it 3 homes per acre?
3 per.
3 per acre.
And I think we might meet that now in the
You're at
single.
2.6.
Sounds like
Yeah.
you're already meeting it.
But I guess
So
I
if
would
you
want
ask-
it,
If you're asking us that we wouldn't exceed the R2 density in the single family area,
even though it would be zoned R3.
I heard, yeah, right, because we need the townhomes, right?
Correct.
Give me a moment, please. I think that works, doesn't it?
I mean, if it's just density and we're not talking about the lot size standards changing R2, then yeah, we can make the density work under 3 per unit,
3 per
or
acre.
per acre, sorry.
Those are some nice homes.
Yeah, if they tried to meet the minimum square footage for R2, it'd be significantly bigger.
Yeah.
It'd be harder
But
to meet.
I
But
think we
the
could
density-
agree,
The density makes sense.
we could agree to a commitment in the single family area as shown on the site plans we've provided, that density would not exceed 3 homes per acre in the single family area. Yes, I think we can make that commitment. Along with the other ones that we talked about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a request to staff, is like, so for the commitment number 3, petitioner saying that they didn't agree with the language, what was in the staff report. And I need help with the wording there. What would we put in there that you would agree to? I'd hate to do something on the fly here.
And I would prefer you didn't do something on the fly.
Which I would then recommend we continue this to get the exact
So-
wording down.
My understanding from petitioner's counsel is they were concerned about the commitment being worded that the town could just impose whatever we wanted, and then they wanted to make sure that they were able to agree to something. And our commitment does say the amount shall be agreed to by the developer and the town. So we do not see any reason to change the commitment.
So you're making that commitment right now? Okay.
Continue to scare me.
I can appreciate that. So we've had a commitment from the petitioner that the single-family homes shall not exceed the density that is currently in R2, even if we grant the rezone from R1 to R3.
3 per acre.
Probably just say 3 units per acre.
3 units, okay.
We'll look that up someday.
Kind of like not knowing what mixed use is.
So what does that equal then? 3 units per acre, how many units is that? Right now it's 74. If you exclude,
Currently, it's 2.8. Is that what you're calculating?
it's at 2.6. But how many acres are we talking?
It would be what's on there.
We did rough calculations, came up with 2.6, and Lennar is saying 2.8.
So how many units is 2.6? Is it 74? Is it 50?
What's shown there,
It's still
74.
going to be 74.
Correct.
Which is still below 3, so.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So I see somebody crafting a motion, perhaps?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Everybody's ready? I move that we forward a favorable recommendation of ZA 2405 Silver Springs to the town council, a zoning map amendment to rezone 45.95 acres from R1 to R3, subject to recording of the commitments listed in staff report. And in addition, the added commitment of the density of the single-family home units will not exceed 3 units per acre.
I'll second.
Since it has satisfied all requirements for the zoning map amendment under state law.
Now, a second.
Now we have a second. Okay. Having any discussion on the motion? Mr. Taylor, does that meet with your satisfaction? Okay. Having heard a motion and a second, we shall take a vote.
Guckenberger.
4.
Reed.
4.
Zuzen.
4.
Kaufman.
4.
Rockelbrand.
4.
Brandsburg.
4. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, and thank you for working with us on that. We appreciate that. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5.3, ZA 2407 Meyer rezone. We've got 3 more to go, folks. Strap in. Should have brought that food truck, I think, so. Beverage cart. Maybe we have beverage service at these things.
Okay, the ZA 2407 is a proposal from Meyer to develop a grocery store with a convenience or a gas station, fuel center adjacent to the grocery store, and 3 commercial outbuildings. It is the property just south of the one we were just dealing with. It is 28 acres and it is zoned R1, again, with that error that we discovered on our map. Parcel's unimproved. It's been continued to allow for a revised legal notice, and that legal notice was necessitated by the inclusion of the property at 2120 North County Road 900 East, which is an outlier parcel that was not originally included in the rezoning, and it is in the county. They have filed a request for a annexation, so there is a pending super voluntary annexation for the property, and I'll point that out to you in just a minute. So this is a request to rezone from R1 in the Avon and then agriculture in Hendricks County to C2 for the grocery store and other commercial outlot development. This is the 28 acres. The extra parcel that I was referring to is this residential outlot here. Here it is outlined in red because it's in the county currently, and again, the annexation petition is pending. This is the current zoning map. The whole parcel here, again, what we just heard, and then what we're hearing now, zoned R1. This is the comprehensive plan map again, with this brown area showing the area retail recommendation of the comprehensive plan. This is the conceptual layout that we've been working with the Meyer Company for several iterations of this development, showing the main Meyer store here in the northwest central part of the site. 3 outlot buildings would be here at the corner and 1 over here. Their fuel center, it would be down here adjacent to 200. Then they have several ponds proposed. So this over here next to the Bicentennial Trail is a pond. And then there are 2 more proposed over here. Again, the future land use map recommends area retail, so it would be consistent with that plan. The plan goes on to state that there's an objective of the plan to provide an appropriate list of desirable uses and create design guidelines for the site development, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. Again, as I stated before, there was a very intentional recommendation of the plan to create a commercial node in this part of Avon and adding commercial area and opportunities for commercial retail development for the surrounding neighborhoods is critical to allowing residents of this area to visit commercial development as opposed to going north-south to US 36. Because the C2 district includes some uses that staff would consider objectionable at this site, we did include a list of uses to be excluded by commitment, and I will get to those in a minute. I went over this on the site plan, but again, the store, the B shops, Meyer has proposed to limit their drive-throughs on site, so there would be 2 proposed total. So there would be 1 for the Meyer store for their pharmacy, and then when there would be 1 more permitted somewhere else on the site. On this commercial or conceptual site plan, it's shown up here in this area, and it would be a pickup window only, not a traditional drive-through with a speaker box and order menu and that sort of thing. So there would be no fast food type establishments or drive-through type establishments on this parcel. There is an extensive pedestrian network that traverses the site, the perimeter sidewalks, perimeter path, appropriate crosswalks at all the internal areas. There is a connection to the Bicentennial Trail and 2 outdoor seating areas. One is over here next to the trail, and then one is in the center here, creating a plaza kind of environment for outdoor areas seating. We wanted to touch on architecture for a minute. The architecture of the facades on both the perimeter streets as well as the internal areas are very critical from staff's point of view on what this is going to look like, and that was specifically called out in the comprehensive plan. And just so you know, they haven't submitted example elevations of what they're proposing for the B shops, just the Meyer store, but these are the requirements of the UDO that the facades that abut 900 and 200 would have to have different massing, different architectural interest, and it would have to be to a human scale, changes in planes, materials, colors, roof lines, and entryways. So what I'm specifically referring to is this building here, and here, that they kind of face inward, but the backs of them aren't going to be just a concrete block building that can be seen from the perimeter roads. The traffic study has been completed and reviewed by the town engineer. And as we discussed with the last one, there would be another review stating what improvements they would be required to do or what contribution they would be required to do. The site plan has evolved over time with its points of access. There are 2 right in, right out only. There's 1 on 900 here, and then 1 on 200 here. And then 2 full accesses proposed. So 1 up here on 900 and then 1 here on 200. This one was originally shown over here closer to the trail, which was problematic from an engineering standpoint and people turning adjacent to the trail, and that was considered unsafe. This proposed location is 389 feet from the trail, and the traffic study determined that 200 feet at the speed of 200, that 200 feet is needed for someone turning out to be able to see somebody in the trail crossing and to be able to stop. I'm going to go over the 5 criteria that are not in the presentation. Criteria 1 being the comprehensive plan. Again, it's proposed to be area retail, so it would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The current conditions and the character of the current structures and uses in each district has to be considered, and we would submit that the proposed layout of the development is designed to be neighborhood serving. with appropriate buffering and integration with the surrounding uses. Again, limiting the drive-throughs and permitted uses, we do believe that this takes into account the character of the area. The most desirable use for which the land in each zoning district is adapted. We believe that this proposed use is favorable and desirable considering its location, the comp plan, and its close proximity to enough neighborhoods in the area to be neighborhood serving, and again, divert traffic away from the busier parts of the 36 corridor. Conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction, and we believe that there would be minimal impact on property values throughout the jurisdiction. And then criteria 5 is responsible development and growth. And again, for the reasons stated earlier, is that we believe that commercial uses are needed in this portion of Avon, and the comprehensive plan has chosen this site to be the area for that commercial, and we are in concurrence with that recommendation. Therefore, staff is recommending approval, subject to a dedication of right-of-way, the standard condition we included before with the right-of-way improvements, and that the future development plan be generally consistent with what you have seen here is the concept plan, and that we don't want it. There's been so much work that's gone into this between the staff and the neighbors and the other town staff that we don't want a large deviation from this conceptual plan unless they would come back to you and have you look at it again. These are the list of permitted uses staff would propose that not be allowed. It's my understanding that Meyer is acceptable or is no issues with these being limited. And that, as I said earlier, that the entire site shall be limited to the 2 drive-throughs, one of which has to be for the Meyer Pharmacy. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
You showed what is not acceptable. What is acceptable?
The permitted use list is in front of you. So the C2 list and where a P shows up on the C2 list being permitted, that is what would be allowed. But generally retail, office, restaurants.
So if I look at C2 and I look at a P, that's permitted, but it may not be on this list that you've provided us. A through H.
So some of what we're looking at here have been removed.
So A through H in my staff report and on the screen now, I'm suggesting be stricken from the list of permitted uses on this site. And that whatever else is listed with a P would still be permitted on the site.
Do we have any questions for staff? Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, have the petitioner come forward.
Wait a minute, wait. There we go.
Starting off well here. My name is Brian Smallwood with Wolpert Ford.
Could you please state your address, please?
Yes, Brian Smallwood, 4545 Idea Center Boulevard, Dayton, Ohio. Again, yes, Thank you very much for having us here tonight. We have spent quite a bit of time with folks in staff as well as members in the community kind of getting to where we are here tonight. So I'll advance through here. Again, as Linda had mentioned before, this is a map of the comprehensive plan. We are located in the south half of the commercial node. As you had mentioned here and as you've seen in your list there, the types of uses that were envisioned in the comprehensive plan and in that use are retailers, integrated shopping centers, fuel center, casual dining, etc. This is the plan that we're presenting tonight. This is kind of where we got to as we have come along with the staff and with members of the community. You can see here in the central location, the proposed 75,000 square foot Meyer grocery store. To the west of that would be a detention retention facility. We are showing the Meyer Express, which is the convenience store fuel station here, central location, south end of the property. It is flanked on either side by an outlot development here. To the right, an outlot development here. We anticipate those would be a mixture of professional services, fast casual dining, that sort of thing. Also, we are proposing another commercial outlot here on the eastern edge of the facility, County Road 200 to the south, 900 to the east. Some of the items that we've included in this plan, as you can see here, we've got significant landscaping, and the idea here would be to favor species native to Indiana, of course. Extensive green space areas in and around throughout the parking fields of the development, as well as the perimeter of the development. We've got the two pedestrian seating areas that were mentioned previously, with a focus on internal circulation between all of the various commercial activities, as well as connections to the perimeter, not only the Bicentennial Trail, but the continuation of multi-use path here along 200 and turning and also going along 900. We believe that this commercial development creates opportunities for new neighborhood-oriented shops and services. And again, one of the key items that we had heard early on is a restriction on no automobile sales and services, more intense automotive uses than just the fuel being sold at the convenience store. So that's one of the items that you'll see, of course, as Linda mentioned, would be excluded. Next slide here kind of gives you a side-by-side comparison of what we had originally come in August to get an introductory meeting with the town council and receive some really good feedback from that very initial plan. That very initial plan led us to rethink the way that we configured the site, and we ended up at the plan on the left here. This plan, we then went and met with the folks in the surrounding community, and again, at that meeting, felt like it was a very productive meeting, and got some really good feedback from those residents during that meeting, which led us to the site plan on the right here, which is the one we're presenting tonight. One of the biggest concerns that we had heard from the residents is just the overall proximity and intensity of the grocery store itself, as well as some of these commercial activities in this area in proximity to the residential. So as you can see here on the plan to the right, we have sort of reversed our thinking of where the detention facility would be. We've shifted the store to the east. We've brought the detention facility to the west to provide that additional buffering distance between the residential and the commercial area. Also in the southwest corner, you'll notice that we have reduced the overall square footage of that proposed structure and the overall intensity of that area. Some of the other items, as you can see here as well, this plan over here had indicated proposed right-in, right-out adjacent to where the trail is. Heard a lot of good feedback from that one, that was a concern of the residents. So what we did is we eliminated that right-in, right-out here. And you can see here that that full access has been located here, and we've moved the right-in, right-out further to the east in the development. Also, you can see here as well that on the old plan, we had that sort of holdout parcel that was there. Since that time, Meyer's been able to come to an agreement with that property owner and has that property under contract, and it's subsequently going through the annexation and rezoning process with it here. That outlot is, or that home parcel is located approximately here. So moved here. Kind of just a summarization of what I just walked through here. Shifted the access points, moved the grocery east, moved detention west. We got the residential property under contract. We've increased the landscaping and berming around the western portion, as well as on the southern portion. I'll show you that here in a minute. And we've increased the amount of pedestrian walkways, both to the external areas and also internal to the development. This is just a kind of showing you a thought on the architecture elevations developed for this site for the Meyer main store itself. We had the Meyer architects for this particular project, BRR, took an extensive look at your zoning code, and they believe that this elevation here, once it comes time to be presented, will meet with all of those criteria as we move forward. So it's an attractive building. It has a lot of the features that Linda was mentioning with the plane projections, breaking up of color, materials, etc. Very similar to the main structure, the M Express has the same type of features so that they go together, complement each other. Same type of material breakup, in and out plane projection, that sort of thing. Just a quick shot of what the interior of the Meyer grocery store looks like. This would be after you walk through the main entryway. The large glass vestibule kind of opens the store up and presents itself to that. So I'll show you that as well. And then we've got some renderings here that we've done of the site based on the updated site plan. You can see here the M Express in the foreground, and you can see some extensive landscaping along the outside perimeter of the roadway. Also, you can see here there was some concern about potential light trespass from vehicles, etc., for the fuel center itself. So additional mounding and landscaping has been added as a second layer of protection from the perimeter back up against and around that M Express location. You can see off to the east here the proposed structures. Again, those are somewhat generic right now, but as mentioned previously, at the time of a development plan where those would be brought forth to be approved, it is anticipated that, of course, that architecture will be further developed to comply with your zoning ordinance. It's a little tough to do right now until you have an idea of the tenants that are going to be in those buildings. That helps tailor where the in and outs go and the plane projection, height variations, etc. But again, it's anticipated to mimic the same type of material uses throughout the rest of the development and also meet that code criteria. Here's a shot sort of looking to the northwest across the development. You can see the proposed right in, right out and full access here in the background, Meyer store itself. And then here is sort of a shot from along the Bicentennial Trail. What you can see here is that the trail itself affords the opportunity with the detention facility here. Because of the engineering required to make the grade adjustments, et cetera, for the pond and the drainage to work, what we end up with is a corridor through here that affords, maintaining the existing vegetation to the west. And also it provides the ability to have some mounding and landscaping along the pond itself. Here's sort of a street or ground level shot of that. Again, this mounding is shown here somewhat conceptually, just to give you an idea that there is the opportunity for additional mounding with undulation, landscaping, etc. We would anticipate that at the time of the final development plan, bringing that through, that we would be working with staff to pick out very specifics on tree species, plant species, that sort of thing, and further development of this corridor here, as well as the entrance into this seating and amenity space, which would actually be right in here off of the trail. So as Linda mentioned, I know traffic has been a big concern here throughout all of these various developments. Traffic impact study was completed. We received some comments. We updated that traffic impact study, addressing those comments as well as incorporating this new site plan into that. Based on the results of that, what we found is that the proposed development does not have an overall detrimental effect on the traffic of the area. Obviously, we would anticipate coordinating those roadway improvements with the town staff and the other developments in the area. And we're here, of course, for any questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're now moving on to the public comment section, which I think you all know the rules now. 10 minutes to support the proposal, 10 minutes against. Please keep in mind that this is 10 minutes total for each, so be aware that your fellow citizens may have something to say as well, and there'll be 5 minutes for rebuttal. Has anybody signed up to speak in support of this development?
No. Well, not that I know of. They've just signed up as Meyer.
Okay, is anybody present who would like to speak in support of this proposal? Okay. Has anybody signed up to speak who opposes this proposal?
First person we have is Aaron Diebold.
Okay. And please restrict your comments to 2 minutes.
So my name is Erin Diebold. I live at 2059 Talisker Court. So on the map, I'm essentially closest to Outlot A. So first of all, I want to appreciate Meyer and all the changes they've made. They have made some significant changes to the layout, and so I'm very pleased with that. There's a couple things I still want to mention. One, there was a lot of attention spent on talking about the height of the berm between Heathermore. You talked about undulations and the lot change for the lake or the pond, but nothing about the actual height. There was significant concerns regarding light intruding from the parking lot directly into Heathermore, and I just want to verify. Previously, you noted it was going to be 3 to 4 feet. We had discussions about how that was not going to be appropriate. We needed something taller. That was not addressed today, so I'd like to have that addressed. Secondly, there was nothing discussed about fixing the road on 200. It shows now that there's going to be a left turn. Well, there's a berm right there right now. So is Meyer going to be paying the renovations of 200 North to address that left turn? Third, and for me, the most impactful is I really don't like the gas station off of 200. The whole idea is that this is supposed to be merging residential to commercial. Commercial's on the east side. And so if anything, I feel like the gas station being more of the commercial business side should be on 900 rather than off of 200. I also think that, again, 200 has been updated, but it's not really set up for all that heavy traffic. 900 is going to be built up, so we can take that into account as they make the renovations to 900 to address that. You've got all the commercial traffic going back and forth with the warehouses and with the businesses that are going to be going up. Right across the street, I believe that's been deemed commercial as well. So you know there's going to be a lot more across the street off of 200. And so I just think it would be much better to consider moving that.
Thank you very much. Next.
Justin Grimball.
And please keep in mind, if someone has already spoken to your concerns, it might be helpful to pass it along to someone who has different concerns. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Justin Grimball. I live at 2206 Autumn Faith Way, Avon, Indiana, in the Heathermore subdivision. Guess I feel like it's hard to know what to say when you could say anything. Because I've been thinking about this a lot since I found out about the plans, and I guess, you know, I was surprised to find out about like the changes made, like with like Meyer being moved further. I think that's really cool. I guess I also think it would be good, like, I feel like the gas station doesn't really go with the whole like Zen Meyer thing that's trying to be sold. Also, I just wanted to like, I saw that like the trees were going to be native, and I just wanted to like say that's cool. I hope that does actually happen. I guess in general with Avon though, I do worry that we're building and building and building, and that there will be something everywhere, and yet at the same time there will be nothing left. But also something worse than a Meyer could go there, I think. So yeah, I hope we all make the right decision. That's all.
Thank you. Next.
Nick Howe or House?
It's me again.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Nick Howe, 1872 North County Road 900 East. Concerns still remain the same about traffic. I'll make it short. Paul, I appreciate you addressing that you can't control what Brownsburg does. I don't think you make those decisions inside a vacuum. So we have to look at what Brownsburg does and adjust for that rather than just going, Brownsburg isn't there, let's throw some more houses up, right? 900 East. So I own where the new fire station is on 900 East. So I've been there for a handful of years. I moved down the road. It isn't really big enough for fire trucks to run up and down. I know that's not the town's problem. I learned earlier today, but I hope there's some conversation between the town manager and the county to figure out what they're going to do with the traffic on that jaunt from 100 to 200 on 900. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next.
Michelle Jamison?
No need for applause, or as they say at high school graduations, hold your applause, but we know how helpful that is, so. Please be
Hi,
respectful.
Michelle Jameson, 2197 On and Faith Way. I had a whole thing typed up and I'm going to cut it a lot shorter because I've heard some things tonight that are kind of contradictory to what you are trying to propose here. You've talked about minimizing traffic and keeping the values of homes, but you were talking about how the value of the home has to be less to afford those townhomes because of the commercial development. So I've been in Heathermore for 19 years. I'm probably one of the most original residents here. And I feel like the standards of Heathermore are high enough that Meyer will not hold up to that. And I have a personal story that I could tell you, but I don't have time tonight. I have pictures if you would like them, but I do not believe that Meyer has standard operating procedures and contingencies to take in place to match the standards that we have in Heathermore. I also do not believe that a retail outlet a half a mile from Brownsburg and 2 miles from Indianapolis is serving Avon. I sat at 200 North and Heathermore Drive, Autumn Faith Way for 5 minutes 2 weeks ago trying to get out to go to work. And what is 5 minutes? That's the amount of time it would take for me to drive to the grocery store at Walmart or to the grocery store at Costco. So 5 minutes may not seem like a lot, but when you're trying to get out of your subdivision, and that is the only way I can get out of my subdivision without going further west to go east or to go north to go south, that is the only way I can get out. So there are many opportunities that come from a biking and walking commerce along the Centennial and B&O trails, and our town has a chance to beautify our community and increase our living standards. A gas station and grocery store will bring many negative things that have been discussed. And my question to the commission would be, would you want this development right outside your back door? And if you cannot 100% say yes, please don't make the decision to bring it to mine.
Thank you. Next.
Jennifer Gonick?
Hello,
My name is Jennifer Parent, 2325 Sandy Drive in the Heathermore development. I'm picking out through what I had planned to say. I'm not repeating some major concerns. I second what this lady had said about Meyer. No offense. I am really concerned with the example we have in Avon already of the Meyer that sits there. It's the one Meyer around that I don't go to because it looks like a dump. And so if they're going to keep their standard of the parking lot, et cetera, I don't want to live next to that. Also, I know in social media, someone had voiced that in Greenwood, a Meyer had been built behind her mom and dad, and that they went back on some things that they promised. So how can we guarantee any promises that they are making? Or if we're going to go forward with this, let's make sure that we have what we want somehow so that they can't go back on it. The trail hasn't been spoken about very much, and I think that's a really important part about our community. And I frankly wouldn't really want my kids to be using it anymore if this development goes forward. I would be worried about their safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How much time do we have? We have time for one more.
There's a Mike Alexander, but he did not say whether it was Meyer or not.
Mr. Alexander? Maybe he's not here. Okay, is there somebody else?
That is it.
That's it. Is there anybody else here who'd like to speak on this agenda item? Okay, very good. This agenda, or the public portion section of this agenda item is closed. Mr. Meyer? It's getting late. You have 5 minutes of rebuttal.
I understand completely. Yes, again, thanks everyone for their comments. And yes, and we really do appreciate the feedback we've received from the residents. To address a couple of the specific items, the berm height, I ran a little long, didn't get to address in my presentation. The current berm height that's shown along that trail is between 5 and 6 feet high. Basically what happens is when you have to build up the site to make the drainage work, not to get it too technical, you come across the trail and you actually have to ramp up and into the site itself. So again, that makes a berm elevation if you were standing on the trail between 5 and 6 feet high. And then we would anticipate placing additional landscaping on top of that to add additional screening. Again, as part of the more detailed development plan, when we come for that, we would anticipate further coordination with the town staff on the specific design attributes of that berm. I think we've got a lot of flexibility there and a lot of opportunity there as well. With regards to the light, as part of that development plan, we will also be bringing a photometric plan that meets with the town of Avon criteria. The type of lighting that we used is a downward directed shielded light that doesn't allow the bleed that you saw in some of the older commercial developments. Also, with moving the store and the drives and what further east, it also helps provide greater separation between the residential and that lighting. We also have an opportunity as well through the way that the lighting is circuited that during non-operational hours of the store, some of those lights can be dimmed and or shut off. We have to keep some on, obviously, for security reasons. We have some personnel in there that work and stock overnight, but I think we've got a good opportunity there as well to address some of those concerns. With regards to the roadways, everything that we show on our plan right now is based upon our recommendations from the traffic impact study. So our traffic impact study, again, factoring in our development, background growth, as well as the rest of the development in our node here. We've determined that these are the roadway improvements that would be necessary to maintain the levels of service of traffic out there. So of course, Meyer would commit to paying for and constructing all of those items. It's our understanding as well that maybe there is some additional contribution costs as part of the overall coordination with the folks here at Brownsburg and the other developments. And I know that our current traffic impact study is under review by the folks here in Avon, and I know they're looking at that integration with all that. So, and bring Ross Beyer here as a Meyer representative.
Hi, my name's Ross Byer. I'm the Indiana real estate manager for Meyer. My work address is 2350 3 Mile Road, Grand Rapids, Michigan. I just wanted to address a couple items that were brought up about the existing store that Brian wouldn't be aware of. Is the parking lot is going to be repaired in the existing store next year. So it's scheduled for some repairs in the worst areas. I did drive through the parking lot a couple weeks ago. It's a little rough. There aren't any like potholes, but it does need to be smoothed out and resurfaced in the heavy wear areas. Also, the store is set up for a remodel in 2027, and that will probably address some of the condition concerns that people might have. I've also brought up, when I walked through the store, there were some issues, I think, with the front entryway, and there's some things that need to be replaced, and some of the mats and the other stuff, and I brought that up to my management so they can work on that.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anything else?
I have nothing else unless you have any questions. Happy to answer anything.
Okay.
What about relocating the fueling station?
I don't know. That's something that we could discuss. I think that is probably something, given everything that's going on, I think it's something that would have to be discussed at a final development plan stage rather than this zoning stage.
Thank you very much.
I have another question regarding your 200 north. I think they talked about the left turn lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it makes sense or not. What about, did you consider putting a roundabout there that would also slow traffic down, getting to the bicentennial?
I don't
trail?
think that's a question that they can discuss, that is good for today. Right now, we're just doing rezoning.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm
I-
just looking at the time here, so.
Yeah, I guess I honestly don't know that I can answer that question today because I don't have recommendations back from the latest, traffic impact study as to what recommendations the town engineer would have based on our report, so.
And I think your outbuildings that you're showing, those are not single tenant outbuildings, correct? Those are going to be multiple tenants in those?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Discussion. I appreciate that there's been a lot of interaction with town staff and with the community in developing this plan. We always like to see people who come in front of us going the extra step to try and work with our community and work with our town. So the fact that there have been so many changes is a positive thing. But we're here for a rezone. And it's a pretty significant rezone.
I want to just add here that we did receive 2 letters. That was in our material here. One from a Mandy Hall and Keith Hall, concerned about the gas station and the potential health issues with contamination. I guess I'd like to ask Mr. Ilko here on helping here because they kind of detail a lot of things here about underground storage and leaking, which has been a problem it's been a problem, I guess, based off of what I'm reading here. And there's also mention of newer technology on storage, gas and the improved tanks. Can you talk to any of this? Is this in your area of expertise?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. From a strictly speaking, no, it's not my area of expertise. I'm familiar with underground storage tanks and hazardous leak and whatnot when it comes to those things. But just strictly speaking from a zoning perspective, it kind of presumptuous on that if this is even allowed for that. The detailed design and specifications, the things that they would put in place during that aspect is really when we would look at that. But there's other state requirements, federal requirements as it pertains to fuel stations and how they have to be constructed.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question.
The time for those questions is done. We're now having discussion with the commission. So the original plan for this area was commercial, but obviously it's been zoned residential. So there's, obviously at some point there was the idea that this might be, have some commercial development in it. And I appreciate that we want to try and pull some of the business off of 36 just to help kind of disperse the traffic a little bit more.
So the proposal today is simply to rezone this from R1 to commercial 2.
Correct.
We're not approving designs, plans, or anything, or even that Meyer would necessarily take this. All we're saying is this property may now be used for commercial.
Correct.
That's an important point too, because if Meyer would walk away, it still stays C2.
Correct.
If this gets approved.
But there's some restrictions.
I did put a condition in there that it'd be generally consistent with this site plan, the conceptual plan. So if another use wanted to come in here, they would have to come back before the commission. If it wasn't generally consistent. I mean, a building can move here or there, but generally what they've shown here.
So we're not locking in where the gas station is or where the road inlets and outlets are or any of that kind of stuff, or how many outlets there are or any of that kind of stuff.
So
It's a good question, but you, just as I said in the previous case, in a rezone, now is the time for you to ask for commitments that would make a proposal more acceptable to you. Now, if the proposal is not acceptable to you, you can just make an unfavorable recommendation. But if there were changes that you thought, hey, if they did these 3 things, this would be acceptable to me, you are allowed to ask for those commitments now because rezones are discretionary. Nobody has a right to a rezone. So you can ask for things, they can say yes or no, that may influence you, but you are free to discuss these things at a rezone. And with all due respect to the petitioner, when he said, we'll talk about that later at the development plan, he's not wrong. But on the other hand, you can talk about it now, and in training, which Andrew will have with you later, we specifically talk about this, is that this is your discretionary review. Now is the time. If you could nudge this to a place where you like it, then I always say you should talk about whatever it is that needs to be changed. Later, when you get development plan review, that's a non-discretionary review. You can't ask for anything if they comply. And so if you, again, I'm not trying to steer you one way or the other. If you want to have an unfavorable recommendation, just say so. But if you think that with some changes, it would be more palatable to you and might lead to a favorable recommendation, then I would say, talk about the things you want to talk about.
Well, one thing on the permitted uses, I would like to add hotel and motel to not be permitted. I don't think that anybody envisions a hotel and motel in that area or in that location.
To remove hotel motel from the permitted uses.
Put it in the list of what
Of
Linda already
prohibited uses.
indicated there.
I would like to touch briefly on the buffer along the trail that was mentioned. And we do want to see a buffer. We've been promised a buffer, and that would be part of the development plan, but there's a lot of talk about how high, how big, and what, kind of buffer it's going to be. And from a planning point of view, the lighting from the parking lot and the lighting on the buildings is covered by the photometric plan. So you can't have above so many foot candles at the property boundary. So those lights are handled. The lights that we concern ourselves more with are the headlights. So in the parking lot, headlights going across into Heathermore. We want those blocked. We want the buffer, the berm high enough to block that, and then the trees on top to make it look better. We don't want to get the buffer so high that it becomes a barrier. And the reason we say that is that this development will become natural surveillance for that trail. So people going in and out of the store can see the trail. We want them to see the trail. We want, when Avon police come in this development, to drive up and behind Meyer, and then they can see the trail. If we put up a buffer that's so high that nobody can see it, then it becomes a barrier and can invite more crime. So we want a good buffer to block headlights with landscaping on top to make it look nice, but we don't want it so high that it's a wall that you can't see.
So the talk around the gas station and the location of the gas station, was there a discussion about it being on 900? And it seems like it would promote a lot of traffic on 200, but it's going to promote a lot of traffic on 900.
There was discussion regarding the fuel center with flipping the building and the pumps, so the building would be closer to 200. We did not discuss it being flipping over to 900. I think it's a good suggestion, and I think if you would want that to be part of the site plan, you would need to make it a condition now.
Perhaps the petitioner can give some insight as to why that placement of the gas station is where it is.
Yeah, again, placement of the gas station has to do with obviously the access. Having discussed it with Ross here, I mean, I think there's some opportunities to either rotate that gas station, or perhaps we can flip it to the the east side. I don't know that we're opposed to that. I guess what I would say is, having not had an opportunity to fully design that, I would say that we're open to those ideas and that we would want to work with staff on that. What I don't want to do is say, yeah, we'll move it over here, and for some reason there's some unintended consequence of that may be worse for some reason. So I don't know if there's a way to put a stipulation on here that we would work with staff to either rotate or move it in such a way that is most appropriate. I don't know if that answers your question. And again, with the whole berm situation, and I know I'm being somewhat delicate here in my speech, and Linda's absolutely right. I mean, we want to provide berming and screening and all the appropriate things, but we also want to promote a safe environment. So that's why we want to, as part of the development plan process, work closely with staff to make sure that we get that design how everybody wants it to be. So,
Thank you.
No.
My personal thinking is that 200 makes more sense as far as access to the gas station, because we have so much traffic already and traffic related issues on 900. And that, as was pointed out, 200 has been improved and 900 has yet to be improved. And I mean, it's either 200 or 900.
The existing right-of-way and the available space on 200 does provide us a greater opportunity for improvement than the 900 roadway from an access management standpoint.
Thank you.
There's more opportunity for that.
The 900 will be improved with this development. So
that's correct.
What you just described is what's there today. but 900 could be approved just the same as what we're talking about.
It can be improved to some extent, yes. We would be dedicating right away along 900 to get to that 50-foot half width. That's one thing I wanted to clarify as well, Linda. On 200, based on our current survey and what we find, I believe we've already got a little bit greater than the 60-foot half width out there.
And that very well may be.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure, yeah. And the other thing that, again, I apologize for the lateness of the evening and getting in the weeds here. Some of the things that you don't see out here is that, well, you guys see them, the electrical easement that's already there, the electric poles that are already there. Some of our thought process on access points and how management is made is not being able to affect some of the locations of those poles, et cetera. So there's a lot of factors in there as well.
Thank you.
Well, the two things that I would like to see more conversation about, obviously, is the fueling station and then the turn lane out. Consider that a roundabout, if that makes more sense or not. I think from the berming standpoint, it makes, like they talked, you don't want it to be too high. If you look at your plans, you've got the detention pond that's already, you're farther enough away. I don't know how strong those headlights are unless everybody drove. And there's no access along the trail. So I think from a berming standpoint, that should control vehicle headlights. So I don't see that as a major issue. But I think those are the other two things that people talked about. And if they can provide further conversation about that, I always feel somewhat uncomfortable giving an approval subject to somebody having a conversation later that I'm not part of. So.
I guess my question is, can we really have a conversation about whether or not a roundabout goes in at that end? I mean, is that in our purview? I don't think, to say we want a roundabout, they've done a traffic study, right?
It's traffic management. I mean, it's responsible growth and development. It flows right into factor 5. If you have concerns, I mean, again, you've heard me say this before. I believe that's a better discussion with our public works staff and the petitioner rather than, with all respect to you all, not you all. But again, if that's something we want to explore and you want to hear back from your public works department about what they think of that idea, then that's fine.
So we could add it to the recommendations then? So like
Sure.
we approve this based on the staff recommendations plus removal of hotel motel, additional assessment considerations for the location of the fuel station and any road improvements on 200 that may work better with.
See, those
traffic
last
flow.
two are too vague for me. That's too, we want you to take a look at it and get back with us. If
Well-
we're going to make a decision tonight, we need to,
Well, see,
Make a
that
decision.
would allow us at the development plan stage to say, did you do this? And what was the result? Whereas if we don't ask it now, then they don't do it or not.
I mean,
And I think
they
the way
could
you
say, yeah, we considered it.
Well,
yeah,
it's not really
that
very
just
binding.
feels very ambiguous.
Well, I
the
just
way you
think we
said-
don't
I would
have,
agree with the way you stated it, though. I think
we
that-
can't, we don't have the information here to make the call to move the gas station or put a roundabout there. We just don't.
Right.
No, we can ask,
So
consider these ideas and report back prior to the next
I do
stage.
like the idea of having the petitioner talk to our roads and public works people. Because it may be, we don't necessarily have this information, that it can't be put on 900. There may be obstacles to it that we can't overcome. And so that is where it needs to be, or maybe not. So I do like the idea of having that conversation between the appropriate town managers or town staff about these ideas. I just don't want it to be so vague that,
Well, we should describe what our concerns are. Is it traffic flow? Is it light pollution? Is it
Utility placement.
whatever, I mean, whatever it is. And that's, we express what our concerns are, and these concerns need to be addressed by either town and petitioner prior to the next stage of approval.
Do we do a continuance and give them time to explore it?
All we're doing is zoning here, but I think if we put them in with the recommendations, then we can let the project move on.
With their commitment.
Question came up on, I think, one of the letters regarding environmental issues with the tank. Is there any, would it make sense necessarily for us to specify, I don't know, like a certain grade of steel or whatnot that may be something to look at, or is that, are we out of bounds on that? Or what are your thoughts, Mr. Taylor?
It's all regulated by the state. As Greg mentioned, there are, all that's handled by someone else. And those rules change all the time, but the people who are in this business have to meet those standards. So again, we're not the Indiana Department of Environmental Management, and we're not EPA. Those people take care of that. We deal with situs, design, use. That's our thing. So, thank you.
So I guess it's been brought up, do we want to, we've expressed our concerns. Do we want to continue this so to give the petitioner the opportunity to go back, talk to the appropriate members of town staff, talk to their people, and then come back and rehear this? Do we want to move forward and then add these things to it? How do we want to do this?
I think one is, just to get this on the record, I think criterion one, it has been met in the way the staff addressed it. I agree with them that it's part of the comp plan for commercial in that area so that it meets what was projected in the comp plan. I think, Andrew, the way you described it when you said it the first time, I agree with that. And I think that would be a good way to put it in a motion. If it's a motion for a favorable or unfavorable, but I thought those words were really good. And I think we ought to
Did you write those down?
put it in a motion, and I think we ought to go ahead and take action on this tonight.
Is it, just as long as we word it strongly enough, the commitment,
And
not a recommendation, but a commitment.
And clear enough.
That's where I'd ask for help from staff and.
So you want a commitment to work with petitioner to address concerns of placement of the fueling station and 200 traffic access.
You could probably say too, prior to coming to the town council for final approval.
Prior to, okay.
So I'm going to ask, because you guys are kind of having, is there any comments from legal or staff?
Well, the first comment I would say is it wouldn't have to be a commitment. It could be a condition because it would be before town council. I would say from a staff point of view, we should say to move the gas station, or at the time of the DPR, explain why it could not be moved.
That's a good way of wording it there needs to be, yeah, I like that. I like that wordage.
So it makes it, the presumption is it's going to be moved unless you can come up with a traffic reason or some other reason why it cannot be. And then as far as the roundabout, it would have to be looked at from Department of Public Works.
Well, the same advice I would always give you on commitments. As we talked about in training, you need to be precise in your language and say what you mean. So if you mean you don't want to approve it unless the gas station's in the southeast corner, then say that. Okay, if that's not what you mean, then don't say that. But you can only enforce, Linda can only enforce exactly what you say. And so I think as you kind of drilled down on your concerns, the way to think about a commitment is a promise to do a certain thing. A promise to work something out with staff is very difficult, a difficult thing. And so on the roundabout issue, if you felt strongly as a group that there should be a roundabout there, then my recommendation there would be to say that there will be a roundabout there unless the Public Works Department does not favor that. See, those are definite things that can be done. Saying work with town staff and try to figure out whether there should be a roundabout, those are not the commitments I like. Because when they come back to me at the enforcement time, I don't know what that means. So my advice about any commitment is if there are things, as I said earlier, that make you think that it would be acceptable if these three things happen, then just say what those are and see if the petitioner will agree. If the petitioner won't agree, then
I personally do not like the idea of this commission deciding when none of us have this expertise that's where there should be a roundabout. That's what our staff members are for, the people who have done this, who have the experience. I drive all over town and I'm like, there should be a roundabout there and there should be a roundabout there. And maybe there will be and maybe there won't. But I don't like the idea that we are making that choice. I don't object to the idea of asking petitioner to talk to staff about doing that, but I don't think we should be saying, you need to put a roundabout there unless you're told you can't.
Well, then we should continue it.
Then, yeah, to get the answer.
I don't object to that.
But continuing knowing what are the items? Are those the two issues? A roundabout and relocating the fueling station? Everything else is everybody's okay with? So they know.
Can I please keep conversation either outside or none?
So I don't know if it's worth continuing for that, because this is still conceptual design. And would we approve it tomorrow if they didn't move it? If they didn't move to any of those, if they made no change to this conceptual plan, would we approve this? And if we would, then we need to approve it. If we absolutely will not, unless they do make certain changes, then we shouldn't approve, then we should do a continuance and work out those issues. So I'm for approving this conceptual site as it is. Sure, it's not perfect. We'd like to have some things worked out with staff, but we're just zoning R2 now, or C2.
The only thing is I'm concerned that Linda put the condition in here that the conceptual design as move forward, be as near as what it is now. So if we didn't have that condition in there,
Yeah.
I'd say, I'm with you, but we want it to be what we're looking at now. And if it's different, then now we got an issue.
But I think the reason it was put in there is because there has been so much time put into the design process. Is that what I understand, Linda? Is that because so much time has been spent with petitioner and staff and outreach to the community, that this is a very thoughtful design. It's not just they just went into a file and said, let's do this one.
Yes, I would say that's an accurate statement, but moving the gas station to the 900 frontage, I think it wasn't thought of in the beginning because that parcel wasn't part of the development. And seeing it now from a staff point of view, it makes more sense on the 900 frontage. And I think we just got used to it being where it was because there wasn't enough frontage on 900. So I think it's worth either a condition or a continuance.
I think a continuance having heard that, I think, because I was operating under the assumption when you were saying, we'd really like to stick to this design, that it was because there had been a thorough examination and really thoughtful process. But having heard what you've said, I think the idea of a continuance, and you wanted, Mr. Smallwater, you want to say something?
I mean, I will say that, yeah, usually I'm loud. I think that, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I think that we could commit to moving it to the southeast corner. I mean, obviously I haven't gone through the full design of it, but I am fairly certain that I can make that configuration work in that southeast corner and avoid the existing electrical easement that's there. So I think we could make that commitment for you. The roundabout, absolutely, I'd like to hear from your Public Works Department. I don't want to do something that's going to.
Absent there being some logistical reason why you can't move it there, you would be willing to commit
Yes, yeah,
to moving it to 900?
yes.
So there's confusion. They're talking about the corner, and I believe we were all talking about the 900.
Are you talking about?
Like halfway up 900.
This parcel.
Where the outline
Like where
is.
the property was that you acquired later.
That.
So it's away
If
from
that's
the
not something
residential.
you have, if you can do, then just, that's fine. We just need to know.
I think it's a big enough change that you need more time to think about it. I don't want you to paint you in a corner or paint me into a corner. But it's your call.
I don't know. I guess that's something we'd have to.
It's not something we discussed internally.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
that,
not been,
sure.
brought up by anyone previously.
I think that obviously more information needs to be gathered, both on your end and with our staff, with regards to both the concerns. You need to talk to staff with regards to the roundabout, and you need to talk to your people with regards to placement of the gas station on 900. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think probably. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, do I think I can make it work? Yes. But again, I don't know if there's any unintended consequences of that design that may do something that would be less acceptable to you once we did that. So.
So that being said,
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we continue ZA 2407 Meyer Grocery to the November 25th Planning Commission meeting.
I'll second.
having had a motion and a second, we'll take a vote.
Kaufman.
4.
Bachelbrand.
4.
Ransberg.
4.
Kuchenberger.
4.
Reed.
4.
Zuzen.
4.
Okay, motion carries, and this is continued to the November 25th meeting. Thank you for hashing that out. Okay, folks, we have a decision to make, and I need some input from council. It is 10 till 11. My understanding is that we cannot start any new items after 11 o'clock in the evening. We've got our next item, which has 4 waivers, and the last item has 1 waiver. My instinct is to continue both. Yes, ma'am?
We have a potential contractual deadline running, and we really need to be heard tonight.
Who are you with?
Pulte Homes?
With
The
which
last
item?
item?
Hope Landing?
No, Rivendell.
Rivendell?
I think it'll be quick. I think it'll be very quick.
Okay, so just, if you could have a seat.
Okay.
Who's here from Hope Landing?
Well, not me, them, but I'm also here with Hope Landing. But the 4 waivers, I think, have already been approved, so I would
Okay,
think you
ma'am,
would just need to
okay,
move
so
ahead.
we're not having conversations here, so.
Let's just go with the agenda we have then, if we're gonna go.
Yeah, your rules say that you cannot start a case after 11 and you must finish by 11:30. Those are the rules. You can go after 11:30 at the chair's discretion to finish the business. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for you to have two cases, and so it's up to you.
In 35 minutes.
It's up to you.
The rules say that the commission by majority vote can waive the deadline.
That was brought up by petitioner, the contractual deadline?
No, no, no. The 11:30 deadlines in your rules, you can waive those.
Yeah.
Staff, can you make your staff report like quick as possible on these?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and try and plow through it. We have to be done by 11:30. I'm not going to put over a proposal that we all have to work, you all have to work. So moving on to map 2405 Hope Landing primary plat.
Hope Landing is a primary plat located off of County Road 100 South. It's 5.46 acres. It is zoned R3. It was rezoned in 2023 to the R3 classification for this development. There are 4 waivers. I think there's 2 simple ones, which is waiver A and waiver C. Waiver A is to provide for a 605-foot long cul-de-sac when 600 feet is permitted. So it's only a 5-foot deviation. And waiver C is to provide for a full access drive along Unity Circle, which is the new road, to provide for the church access drive. This is the existing church site here. Again, rezoned to R3 to provide for this development. The church would be maintained here off to the east, and then this one cul-de-sac would come in here. I flipped this here to make it a little bit easier to look at. The drive access that I'm talking about in waiver C is this drive right here. Is too close to this intersection. But currently, the church has an access onto 100 here, and we think relocating a drive on the major road to a small, less trafficked local street would be more desirable. So we think A and C are easily supportable. Waiver B is to provide for smaller streets than what are required, meaning the width of the streets. The requirement for wider streets for smaller lots was put into the ordinance because it's determined that smaller lots have more on-street parking. So there's a need for wider streets. With this development, the setbacks of the homes will be far enough back that they will have their required off-street parking and then driveway parking. And that it's also only to provide for a small number of lots. It's not providing access to, 200 units. So it's not like a lot of people are going to be driving through the subdivision, having to get around cars or weaving around cars. The last waiver is the cul-de-sac bulb. And they're wanting a 39-foot radius for the bulb when 50 feet is required. We have determined on the Rivendell plat that the bulb radius we think is excessive in the standards, and it's not needed for truck turnaround. This would be a similar request. It's 1 foot smaller. This diagram shows a fire truck here coming in, maneuvering around, and getting out. The Department of Public Works supports this request, as does the fire department, for access to the lots.
So there are 4 waiver requests.
My
Yes.
concern with that is, that's with no vehicles on the road. What happens when you have 1 car in that cul-de-sac, or 2 cars? There's not going to be a way a fire truck can navigate through that.
I understand your concern. That's why we asked the fire department that question, and they did not indicate that they had any concern that if they could maneuver around what's there, they would not have any issues.
Limit parking on the one side of the road only?
That could, with this town does not do that or put up signs, but you could request that it be in the covenants for the HOA.
I mean, it works when there's nothing there, but when there's something there and there's going to be cars there, like you said, smaller lots, you'll be parking in the road, and you have an emergency, those vehicles aren't going to be able to navigate through it, in my opinion.
But the fire department says they can. Is that correct?
The fire department has okayed this layout, yes. This is going through the 4 criteria for each one. I put all of them in here, but I think I just touched on them all enough that I'll get straight to the recommendation. And there are standard recommendations for a plat approval, so I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions for staff? Okay, petitioner can come forward.
Flip it over. Oh, he doesn't have one. Huh? I don't have 2 slides for you, so you can use ours.
We normally, as you've heard, have allowed 10 minutes. We have to be out of here by 11:30, which is 33 minutes from now. So I would ask you to keep it very short.
Yep, thank you very much. I'll try to make it in 3. My name is Keith Cruz, Landworks Engineering, 958 East Washington Street in Indianapolis, representing Avon Christian Church and Habitat for Humanity. As staff said, we have a almost 5.5 acre subdivision. Just to talk specifically about the cul-de-sac, Habitat and the HOA is committed to having restrictions for parking along the cul-de-sac. So if that helps at all with that. Just going on a little bit about the other waiver, which was the driveway being so close to 101st Street. We are closing off we're closing off the driveway currently to the church. And that was in a recommendation with planning and DPW in order to make the intersection safer with the turning lane and the passing lanes that we're also putting in place, as well as a 60-foot right-of-way dedication along County Road 100. I think that's probably about it. Linda had covered pretty much everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this agenda item in support or against?
I live in, my name's Nick Massafaro. I live at 781 Millbrook Drive in Avon, just east of the church. Who's going to build these homes? Okay. And is the church going to maintain this, or they're going to take care of the property? They're going to have garages like everybody else, or, gentleman was talking that there's going to be a lot of parking on the street on the drive-in, but not limited back in the cul-de-sac.
I'm sorry, sir, this is public comment. So if you want to make those questions as a comment, we can discuss those, but if you're seeking information, we'd ask you to talk to the petitioner on that or staff.
Okay. Well, like I said, my housing addition's right there, and I'm on the HOA, so we're all concerned about low-income families coming in there and who's going to support all this. Is it still going to be a beautiful area there, or how's this all going to play out? Or
I have that question. I've recorded.
all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else who'd like to speak on this agenda item? Okay. 5 minutes rebuttal or less.
This is Chris Burnett with Habitat for Humanity.
Our address is 3135 North Meridian Street in Indianapolis. Habitat is a builder. We are in fact the 15th largest builder in the metropolitan area. We build between 35 and 40 homes per year, which we sell to qualified homeowners who have completed our education program. Just like every other home that's sold by a developer, anything can happen to it, even where there's an HOA watching. We will form an HOA. We will have covenants and restrictions that will help preserve the value of the subdivision. The homes that we build are very much similar in style to the ones in the subdivision to the east. The lot sizes will be similar, and we expect that it will not really be that distinguishable from what's around it.
Do you sell those houses to the individuals, or do the ownership pass the individuals that live in the houses?
Yes.
If they were unable to keep the house, do they then sell it? Does it revert to you?
We are the mortgage servicer in each case. That is part of how we make them affordable. The mortgage is very affordable. We continue, obviously, to work with homeowners through the time that they own the home. We have agreed with the church as part of this development that we will have some restrictions on resale of the home so that they remain affordable for their life. And that means that we will either have a right to repurchase or that they will be required to sell to a person who has been through our program and is trained as a homeowner and understands fully what their financial responsibilities are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They talked about garages too. Are they all going to have?
Sorry, yes. It is our intention that each house will have a 2-car garage with a concrete driveway in front of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion. I appreciate expediting the staff report under the circumstances. If we just go through the waivers, waiver A is a 5-foot difference. To me, it's not something worth fighting over.
I agree with staff's recommendation.
Waiver B, utilizing town's 1A construction standards as opposed to 1B.
What's the difference? We didn't really talk about that. What's the difference of 1A to 1B?
So the minimum pavement width in 1B is 32 feet and in 1A is 22 feet. And that is just the pavement, not the curbs included.
So the street would be 10 feet narrower?
Correct.
Okay.
Remember, there was another development we had come before us that they did a similar thing.
I remember
And
that.
They committed to putting up a restriction.
I remember that. I don't remember which one it was, but they,
It was one of the ones on mine.
When we heard the commitment that the HOA would
Oh.
impose a rule that no parking on the street.
Was that no parking on the street or the bulb? I
I
didn't
think it
hear
was
it.
parking in the cul-de-sac.
The one we talked about tonight was a cul-de-sac. I was referring to another.
it was
one we had
Rivendell.
before us. It was Rivendell.
Yeah,
Maybe we should ask petitioner.
yeah.
I mean, that's a big difference, 10 feet.
Go ahead.
Sure. According to the engineering standards for Figure 1A, parking is allowed on both sides of the street with the understanding that it'd be infrequent on-street parking. And the subdivision to the south of us on the other side of 100 South has the same street width. So.
So I'm going to look to staff here. That's a very narrow street with, is the fire department okay with that? If there's parking on both sides, that's been discussed. There's room to maneuver down the middle.
The fire department reviewed what the standards are versus what they're proposing, and they are okay with it. Our Department of Public Works also reviewed it and is okay with it. And the way it was explained to me by our DPW director is that in the standards, there really could be 50 different standards that apply to all the different situations that could come before you. And they've narrowed it down to just a few. In this case, the subdivision is just, a few lots. So you're not going to be having hundreds of cars driving in and out of the subdivision all the time, needing our larger trucks or delivery vehicles or mail trucks that would need to get to several hundred homes. It's just, the 16, 17 lots that are proposed here. So in this situation, the smaller street was acceptable to the Department of Public Works, mainly because of the small number of lots.
I think it makes sense too, they said that all the houses are gonna have 2-car garages and a driveway. And there's only 16 houses, so I could see that being acceptable.
I defer to Public Works and Fire Department for that kind of decision.
I always believe the experts, so. I don't have a problem with waiver B. Waiver C, to provide a full access drive along proposed Unity Circle for the church located 60 feet from the proposed street intersection when a 100-foot separation. So basically, you're just saying the entrance to the church off of the new road is shorter than what would normally be allowed.
Where the church entrance would be located in relation to the new intersection.
So as opposed to, it's closer to 100 than what we normally would ask for.
Yeah, from this point to this point.
Okay.
But that's due to the fact, that's what we discussed early on, that we're going to abandon or vacate their
Correct.
existing
Right.
egress ingress.
That this is a much safer situation than their current situation.
And the purpose of the ordinances is to promote safety. Right. Okay, so, and then waiver D is a 39-foot pavement radius and a 50-foot right-of-way radius for a cul-de-sac bulb, which we already discussed. And that is something that the fire department and public works is good with. So what we understand?
That is correct.
Is there any further discussion on these waivers? And just for the members of the community who've been very patient with us this evening, a reminder that we have to approve these waivers before we can approve the whole proposal. So
I'll make a motion that I move that we approve the waiver of design standards of UDO 7.8B to allow for a 605-foot cul-de-sac when a maximum of 600 feet is permitted, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under the state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Second.
having heard a motion and a second, we'll take a vote.
Ransberg,
4,
Guggenberger,
4.
Reed,
4.
Zuzen,
4.
Kaufman,
4.
Rockaband.
4.
waiver B, moving on.
I'll do it. I move that we approve the waiver of design standard of UDO 7.8B to allow for use of the town's 1A construction standards for a neighborhood street when the 1B standards would be required, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
I'll second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll take a vote.
Ransberg,
4,
Guggenberger,
4.
Reed,
4.
Zuzen,
4.
Kaufman,
4.
Rockaband.
4.
motion carries. Waiver C,
I move that we approve the waiver design standard of UDO 7.8B to allow for full access drive along proposed Unity Circle for the church located 50 feet from a proposed street intersection when a 100-foot separation is required, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Second.
having heard a motion and a second,
One question. It says 50 feet here, but over here it says 60 feet.
was there a typo in the motion? 60 feet or 50
It's
feet?
60 feet.
I'll revise the motion to say 60 feet versus 50 feet.
I'll second the revision. Thank you.
Okay, the revised motion is heard and seconded. We'll take a vote.
Ransberg.
Four.
Guckenberger.
4.
Reed.
4.
Zuzen.
4.
Kaufman.
4.
Rockabrand.
4.
Moving on to waiver D.
I move that we approve the waiver of design standards of UDO 7.8B to allow for a 39-foot pavement radius and a 50-foot right-of-way width for a cul-de-sac bulb when a 50-foot pavement and 60-foot right-of-way radius is required, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll take a vote.
Ransberg.
Four.
Guckenberger.
4.
Reed.
4.
Zuzen.
4.
Kaufman.
4.
Rockabrand.
4.
Motion carries. Waiver D is passed. All waivers having been passed, we now move on to the approval of the Hope Landing primary plat.
I move that we approve MAPP 2405 Hope Landing, a major subdivision primary plat for approval to develop a residential development containing 16 single-family lots subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, since it has satisfied all the requirements for a major subdivision primary plat under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
A second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Ransberg.
Four.
Guckenberger.
4.
Reed.
4.
Zuzen.
4.
Kaufman.
4.
Rockabrand.
4.
Motion carries. Plat is approved. I think I'll run the rest of my meetings like this. Okay, we have one more agenda item. Those who are not going to stay for this, if you could please quickly exit the room and we can get moving on the last agenda item, which is Rivendell plat amendment.
Thank you. Rivendell should be familiar to you. It was approved in June, I believe. It is 6590 East County Roads, 100 South, 23 acres. It is zoned R2. It was rezoned at the beginning of this year, ZA 2401, to the R2 classification and was annexed at that time as well. There was a previous waiver approved for the subdivision. It was for the cul-de-sac bulb radii, and I'm calling that waiver A. And then before you tonight would be, for your consideration, would be waiver B. And waiver B would be to narrow the roadway widths to utilize the section 2A standards when 1B are required. This is, oh, and also the revision includes one additional lot. And so this map here shows the Rivendell layout and shows the location of where the additional lot has been added. All of the lots continue to meet standards for the R2 classification and the zoning commitments, which limited the overall number of lots to 40. So this would be going from 39 to 40. This is the layout of Rivendell, and the reason why staff is supportive and DPW is supportive of the narrowing of the streets for this subdivision is you can see on the west side, or I'm sorry, the east side of the street, there are no lots fronting on the street. So the need for off-street park or on-street parking would be greatly reduced for this subdivision. So if any on-street parking is needed, it would probably be fairly infrequent because only the main road only has half, or one side of the road has lots fronting on it. Additionally, as with the last one, all of these would have 2-car garages and room in front with full driveway lengths to allow for parking, 2-car parking in the garage and on the driveway. So 4 cars, and then more than that if they would have an additional garage. Again, they want to utilize the 2A standards when 1B would be required. These are their findings. I talked about the reasonings. Again, Department of Public Works supports it. The fire department did also review it for this oddly shaped turnaround up here, and it was shown to meet standards for the fire truck as well. So fire department has reviewed it, and the Department of Public Works has reviewed it and recommends approval. Therefore, staff does recommend approval, subject to our standard 4 conditions. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
And what's the difference between 1B and 2A? Because we just did 1A to 1B, now this is 1B to 2A. And is that for the whole length of the road?
Correct.
For all roads?
All roads, it goes from 32 to 24, so it's 2 feet wider than the last proposal.
And why are we doing this?
To narrow up the amount of road surface for this development, because we don't think it's needed for the on-street parking, since most of the road only has lots fronting on one side of it.
Does this have anything to do with the road cuts on 100?
It does not. They have not requested any waivers of any of those standards.
And are we asking for the ability to add another lot to this as well?
Correct. So here's the original proposal and the new proposal with the 1 additional lot added. And all the lots meet standards for R2, as well as the zoning commitments previously agreed to by the petitioner.
Any further questions for staff? Petitioner can come forward.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I know it's late and I know I'm last, but I appreciate you hearing us. The 3 changes, our plat has been previously approved. We have 3 changes that I've got before you tonight. One is the addition of the, wow, that's a lot of feedback. One is the addition of the additional lot along the west side of the subdivision. The other is the addition of phase lines, which honestly we probably could have done administratively, but since this was coming before you anyway, we thought we'd throw that into this application as well. Those 2 are pretty self-explanatory. I think I maybe need to go over the roadway request a little bit more. As staff pointed out, it's a reduction back a curb to back a curb from 36 feet to 28 feet on the pavement. However, the right-of-way width remains the same. It's 60 feet under both standards, and there will be 60 feet right-of-way in both instances. It only applies to the internal subdivision street, which is mostly Rivendell Drive there. It does not apply to 100 North. We're not seeking any relief with regard to 100 North tonight. There is no, as staff pointed out, there is no segment of Rivendell Drive with driveways on both sides. This is kind of a unique feature of this particular development and this design. There are no opposing driveways, so it minimizes the opportunity for traffic conflicts. And also people won't park really on the side of the ones where the side yard faces Rivendell Drive. The reduction in the pavement width should allow for additional green space, additional tree lawn, because remember the right-of-way is staying the same. It's just the back of curb that is being reduced, which will give extra space in the tree lawn on the sides of the road. It should serve a calming function. It should result in less maintenance for the town of Avon, which I think was an attraction to the Department of Public Works for such a small subdivision. And it should result in less runoff than a wider pavement section would have, more impervious area. Again, they're only, if approved tonight, with the plat amendment, there's only a total of 40 lots in this subdivision. So we think we've met the requirements for the waiver. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Otherwise, I would humbly ask for your approval.
Talk about, you said the 60-foot right-of-way.
Mhm.
Where is that? You're showing.
The 60-foot right-of-way on Rivendell Drive. It was 60 foot, it's still 60 foot.
Yeah, the 60 foot is shown in here. It's difficult to see and I can't blow this diagram up.
But none of this pertains to 100 South.
Correct.
What did you say the road width changes from? I forgot.
32 to 24?
That's yes, the pavement width.
Between-
The numbers she said were back of curb to back of curb, which is added to that.
36 back of curb to 28, or back of curb to back of curb to 28 back of curb, back of curb.
And you're doing that to provide more green space and to help the town have less road to plow?
Well, we think those are added benefits, but obviously.
You gotta plow 1 foot, you got, what's the difference of 1 foot or 36 feet? You gotta be there.
You can answer the question.
I am trying to provide for some more cost-efficient designs for our purposes, but we believe that this is a net benefit to both the town and this subdivision because we think that the 36-foot pavement section wasn't really needed for this particular subdivision. It's not kind of one size fits all. I mean, I only have driveways on one side of the road. And we're going to get additional tree lawn in that area and less maintenance for the town eventually.
So the maintenance that the town saves on this is not plowing the road, but it's maintaining the square footage of the pavement. So when we have to go out and repave this section in 20 years, that's less money we have to spend on that surface area.
Any further questions for the petitioner? Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. It is 11:25. Anybody here who wishes to speak to, as to this item? Do we have anybody signed up?
We have several signed up.
Okay.
Yeah, just because it's late, it's still, as you know, super important to us. Jeff Ashcraft, 6547 East County Road 100 South. Why should this petitioner be held to a less standard than everybody else? They bought too small of a property. They need waivers for the roundabout. They need waivers for the road. They have not even come close to addressing the 100 South issue that we have religiously been saying, hey, is a property problem. There's 5 property owners that they need to take our property for their business. All 5 of these property owners, 6 property owners, fine, are not going to do this. We don't want it. It's in a terrible spot between 2 hills. We've asked and asked and asked, what is the solution? They don't have a solution. If they had a solution, they would have presented it. They have to take our property to make this project for their profit work. What they want to do is give the town some money. That money will sit in a fund for when this project needs to have the road widened, which at that time, the town will have to take our property because they don't have the right to do it at the moment. But if they can convince you people to approve this, when the accidents start happening, they circumvented what is obviously a problem. Give me 1 second. They bought too small of a property. They're a multi-billion-dollar company. There's fields everywhere. They could have bought anywhere, but they chose to force this. And they got it shoved through the first time. It failed the first time because they couldn't convince the town board to take our property. Thank you.
Very much. Next person.
Kimberly Milstead.
I don't have a cane this time, I can, Kimberly Milstead, 6617 East County Road 100 South. My husband and I, Stephen, bought the property a year ago. You've heard me speak before. We are not in favor of this plat or division, but I know it's already been approved, so I guess that's a moot point. I guess my things to say would be, since they've bought more land to put another house on, is there any way they can reconfigure and make the entrance somewhere north of where they want to make the entrance? We have said, as Jeff said, we have said time and time and time again, that's a very dangerous entrance for Rivendell. And if that's going to happen, can they put a, what are you calling it now, a speed scale like they put over at Murphy Aquatic Park? Has a traffic study been done? There is so much traffic right now on 100 South. We have motorcycles that don't know what the speed limit is. They think they're out at, excuse me, IRP. I know it's not IRP anymore. We have heavy trucks. We have a lot of traffic, and there are going to be fatalities. The entrance is the big thing. I mean, can it be moved? You know, I know these reconfigurations are difficult, but they bought more property just north of our division or our house. So can they not make the entrance somewhere else? I mean, from what I understand, that's it.
Thank you. Next.
Shelby Berry Taman.
Hi, Shelby Berry Taman, 6570 Lake Forest Drive. I've been here before when he came up with the first time when they were talking about putting it in, and I was hopeful that we could get larger lot sizes, and it didn't work out. Looking at the waiver that they're asking for, like you said, less to plow, okay? But they're going from 32 feet to 24 feet, and this is for their benefit because they're going to get some more grass that they're going to have that maybe a neighbor, like somebody will be able to use as lawn, but they're able to squeeze one more house in here. And as I recall from the first time I was here, we were discussing these things, and you all, the subjects of coming up, is this what it's going to be? Well, when it came to waivers, you know, the discussion was they're going to start throwing more waivers on here and just making it tighter and tighter. And I feel like this is what they're doing. I feel like that they're trying, you know, I understand it's a business and they got to turn a profit, but they're trying to shove it in there to make a profit. And I think it hurts everything altogether. I know the fire department was good coming in with it. There's only one way in, there's only one way out. I can't say that the petitioner can say who's going to park on the street and who's not going to park on the street. You know, you can't guess those things. But I mean, I guess you can. But I just think that they're trying to make more money, and I don't think that the people living there or the people living around them should have to sacrifice for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Luther Fowler.
Well, he couldn't stay long enough to meet.
I just want to say Mr. Pulte is a quadruple billionaire, and he has built over 575,000 houses.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we need to have your name and your
Okay.
address.
Oh,
please.
Rodney Ashcraft. I own the property they want, 6547 East County Road 100 South.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Anyhow, they have reduced our quality of your standards. See, our standards are county, but you guys have got the standards of city. They have reduced your standards. Are we going to reduce your standards for all the rest of the subdivisions get ready to be put in? That $700,000 houses are getting ready to build? I feel that they're using me as a pulpit to take what they want to make as a lot of money, and they're going to force the town through you guys to take our property, and I don't think that's right. They're just for their profit. They're making a lot of profit. You know, they just added another $300,000 to $400,000 house. And I think that, you know, it's just wrong that they're going to take my property that I have sweat over for 10 years now. I just come down here in 13, and I love your town, but I don't love letting your town take my property that we have dedicated to, and they've never addressed the runoff property that's going to pollute my pond. I just put $1,000 worth of fish in that pond, and I don't want them to kill them this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure I didn't do it right.
You did fine.
Who's next?
That's everyone.
Okay. Is there anybody else? It is 11:32. I am using my prerogative as the president of this commission to extend this meeting another 10 minutes. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? If not, we would like to offer the petitioner an opportunity to rebut.
Again, I'll be very brief. I haven't heard any arguments as opposed to adding the additional lot and the phase lines. I don't really think there's much on the waiver for the road right away as well, except that, well, you've granted another waiver tonight for a similar project that actually has more driveway conflicts and parking conflicts opposing each other than what we have here. We're seeking a minimal reduction with which both the fire department and the Department of Public Works support. It provides certain benefits to the town as well as to us. So I would respectfully request that you approve that. As to the design of 100 South, that's not really before the commission right now. We are continuing to work with staff. It's not true that we haven't been working with staff. We proposed 2 or 3 different design options. We've been going back to the board. We still don't have a final agreement on what those will be, but we're not going to be able to close and build this until we have some sort of agreement with the town in that regard. So that's an ongoing issue that will be addressed in a different forum. Let me just say this. I realize there are there are safety concerns on 100 South. We are trying to do our part to help mitigate and address those concerns. But one of the, well, actually really the only solution to improve that road for the long term is to get more width. That's the way to address the safety concerns that everybody has right now. So if they won't give the width, there's no way to really adequately address the safety issues for the long term. So we're kind of tied with our hands behind our back at that point. But rest assured, we're continuing to work on that design. We haven't reached a final decision, but we're continuing those discussions with the town. There are several options and discussion designs that are under discussion.
Thank you very much. Discussion.
Well, the comment came up that we had done something on the prior case, and to me, we're not comparing apples to apples. This has 40 lots, the other one had 16 lots, so.
Right. However, this one also has fewer lots that have what they call conflict points, because there are, like that first half of Rivendell Drive doesn't have any homes opposite them.
Their thing is that in both cases, I look for staff to have done the conversations with Public Works and the fire department, which, you know, I get surprised that they would agree to some of the widths that we've approved, but we've approved them because they say that they're navigable and all right, they can manage that. And that's who I look for as being the experts to help us with the road width. So, you know, I look at this as similar to the prior case. I agree, more 16 lots versus 40 lots. There could be much more parking on the roads. But that's what the fire department's supposed to help us with in Public Works. So, you know, I support staff findings and recommendations on the waiver and on the map.
I agree. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
There's been a lot of discussions on 100 South, and we're not here to talk about 100 South. That's not part of this case. But, you know, just to make the point to the town, that's something that's important. There needs to be addressed. And while that's brought up, the town knows that is something that needs to be addressed. So it's not something that the town's turning a blind eye to. There's been and continue to be a lot of discussions on that. So that still needs to be addressed. The petitioner even said that. They've got things they must do, and they must work with the residents.
There's no further discussion. We'll entertain a motion.
Sorry.
All right, I move that we approve the waiver of design standards of UDO 7.8 to B to allow for use of the town's 2A construction standards for a neighborhood street when the 1B standard would be required, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
I'll second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll take a vote.
Ransburg,
4.
Guckenberger,
For.
Reed,
4.
Zuzen,
Against.
Kaufman,
Motion carries.
Rockbrand, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Against.
Motion carries. Now move on to the Rivendell Plat Amendment waiver. I guess it's just the amendment,
I move that we approve MAP P24-10 Rivendell Plat Amendment, a major subdivision plat amendment for approval to add one extra lot and to establish phase lines subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, since it has satisfied all the requirements for a major subdivision primary plat under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll take a vote.
Ransburg,
4.
Guckenberger,
For.
Reed,
4.
Zuzen,
For.
Kaufman,
4.
Rockbrand,
4.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Do you have any other business?
Real quick, on your desk when you got here was a list of next year's proposed meeting dates, which meets your rules of procedure. If you could just take a quick vote to approve them. They are all the fourth Monday of the month, with the exception of May, when it's moved to Tuesday because of Memorial Day.
I move we approve the 2025 schedule of the Avon Plan Commission.
Second.
Having heard a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
You can keep that sheet to take home so you have your dates for next year.
Thank you. Committee reports.
EPA, we heard a case about signage at the Avon High School, And it was approved to move the sign to a new entrance and enlarge the electronic portion of the sign with some conditions on operations, like basically 10 to 6, and the amount of light that can be emitted.
Redevelopment, invoice approvals, right-of-way purchases, couple change orders going through, updates regards 100 South, Dan Jones, Ronald Reagan Prairie, and resolution pledging TIF to EDC bonds and a Duke relocation agreement for Dan Jones Phase 3.
Any other committee reports, town reports? Any other business for the good of the order? Not, this meeting is adjourned.